Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Quilt Fest 2023. Here we are in AllBrands booth. So excited to be here, and we're going to talk all about magnetic hoops. My tips and tricks for magnetic hoops. You know, they've been out for a long time. So they have a flat metal bottom and a flat magnetic top. And what's the beauty of that? Well, fabric doesn't have to travel over or under an inner and outer ring. So you're not going to get any hoop burn. And they are great for hooping all kinds of different things. So let's start with a terry cloth towel. Now, in a perfect world, you would place your stabilizer on the on top of the hoop, and then I take my towel and I let the pattern of the towel, or if there's a border, I use that and fold it up and then align that folded edge, which we know would be a straight line, with the inside of the hoop, open it up, and then I take my top frame and place it next to the attachment and then just drop it in place. And that easily I am attached. So what I like to do is give it the shake test. If it's going to hold, then I know when I am sewing, embroidering with this hoop, it's not going to separate. If it does separate, that means I didn't handle the weight of the item. And we'll get to that in a moment. So that's an easy thing, right? A flat towel, we do them all the time, no big deal. But then when we get on a tubular item, like a t-shirt, and I have a t-shirt here that is already hooped, so I'll unhoop it. And, you know, on my, the wrong side of the design area, I have used a cutaway stabilizer. And that's the best way to treat a t-shirt knit. And then I'm going to use my hooping station. And so my hooping station, this is the totally tubular hooping station. And you can also purchase PAL, a perfect alignment laser that illuminates a crosshair. You don't all really see that. Let me see if I can. You still don't see it, do you? Anyway, there's a laser there, folks. But I'm going to place my hoop on the totally tubular station and then just dress the station. So I bring that finished garment, that tubular item, over the top board, and then I take my top frame, drop that in place, and then I am perfectly square in the hoop. And even if I didn't align it, I can redo it, which I didn't do. And then I am ready to stitch. You know, place that right on the machine. Now, on a single needle machine, I'm going to turn that garment inside out, right? And turn that inside out, get those sleeves out for sure. And then transport that over to the machine with the magnetic shield that comes with it. So when I go to the machine, I'm going to carry it like this. Because if I carry it like this, look what's happening to my fabric, right? So you don't want to do that. You want to use that board. And that board, it comes with, you know, the hoop. And it's there to protect the, to separate the top and bottom layers. Because when you attach them without fabric, they can be very, you know, challenging to separate. If you do that, you slide them apart. You don't try to pull it up. You slide it apart, okay? So that's our 4x4. For brother, we also make a 5x7, a 6x6, 6x10, 7x12, 8x12, 8x8, 9.5x9.5, 10.5x10.5, 9x14, and 10x16. So no matter what brother machine you have, we make a hoop for you. So the totally tubular hooping station is also awesome for small items like a tote bag. So I'm going to place my frame back in place, and I'm aligning that laser with the marks on my hoop so that I know I'm centered. And then I'm going to take a little tote bag that has a template already on there, and I'm just going to dress that board. And then we have to turn that inside out once we get over to the machine. And I just want to align that with the crosshair, put that top frame in place, and then over to the machine. I have to turn that inside out so it doesn't stitch together. Also works for multi-needle machines, right? And you can also purchase press pads, wool press pads that fit the boards. So as you can see, it's got the cutout for the laser. You don't have to remove the laser. Now these boards, Totally Tubular comes with a hoop mat that is a non-slip surface. It's got a grid on it. You get two, one for the 8 by 13 and another one for the 13 by 13 board. You use the big board, you just flip this around for bigger hoops. So, you know, one way or the other, right? Depends on what size hoop you use most often. Okay, so we've learned through the years that people sometimes struggle with hooping, with getting the top frame aligned with the bottom. So we invented a product called Hoop Setter, and they come in a set of 2, and we're going to place that on the frame, just like that. And there's another one. Somewhere up here. It was here. Yes. Okay, awesome, thank you. So now they're not magnetic, right? They're just steel frames. They're just steel frames that fit that channel. And when you lay that on a surface, then you place your stabilizer over top. Come on, sit down. You place your stabilizer over top and your fabric, and then you take your top frame and you place it inside that barrier wall. I can feel that. And then when I drop it down, it's going to just fit right inside that space. Except when you're doing this live and you're on in front of a whole bunch of people and on Facebook Live. But believe me, it works. So let's try it without the stabilizer, maybe. I think that's what's messing up. Okay. Thanks, John. So there we go. We'll place it like that. Get it inside that frame. Oh, my goodness. Okay. And there's my fabric. Now, one of the beautiful things about a snap hoop monster is that you can pull and tug on the fabric when it's hooped, because you're not going to distort it like you would an inner and outer ring, right? Okay, that's enough of that. I really want to talk to you about the best use or the most popular use for Snap Hoop Monster, and that's quilting with your embroidery machine. How many of you are quilting with your embroidery machine? How many of you want to? Everybody, right? We all have quilts that are almost done. The quilt tops are done, but not the, they're not quilted. So I'm going to teach you how I based my quilts. I take a pool noodle and I put tape, a line, a straight line. I need some kind of guidance. I have straight pins here. And then this is going to be the back of my, the back of my quilt, my backing. So I'm going to place this wrong side up. And then take that, take the edge and line that up with that straight line. And just give me a minute here to get that set. And then I take those straight pins and I just push it in place. And I just want to make sure that I'm moving in a straight line across the length of the pool noodle. Now your pool noodle needs to be longer than the width of your quilt. So I have a small sample here like a table runner, but when I do a queen size or king size quilt, I just tape my pool noodles together with packing tape, you know, clear plastic packing tape. Okay, so then I just roll. And you know, you'd want to make sure those pins are down nice and flat. And then you just roll all the way up. You know, and if this was your competition quilt, you would take a moment, do it a little bit better, smooth that out, make sure it's nice and smooth. And we set that aside, and we would do the same thing for our quilt top, which I have already done. Okay, so here's my quilt top. I've already applied it. You can see the tape is there. Now, I use painter's tape because it's so visible, right? Let's not make it hard on ourselves. That stuff is so easy to see. Okay, so then I'm going to take my back and I'm going to lay that on my work table. I only need a little bit. I don't need a giant table. And then I'm going to take my batting and place that over the noodle like this and smooth it down. That's all, nice and smooth. And then I take my quilt top and align that, those edges, and then unroll it. And I'm just making sure that's all nice and flat. Then I take safety pins. Are you impressed how smart I was that I thought to pin it to the doggone table runner? Because goodness knows where it would have ended. And then I just pin. And I do this a hand's width apart on any size quilt. And, you know, you start out kind of really, you know, measuring and so forth, the first couple of rows. And then by the time you get to the middle of the quilt, they're about 10 inches apart, 12 inches. But anyway, so that's, I'll just put this one pin in here so you can see how we're going to advance the quilt. Okay, so then I just kind of pick all of this up and move that to the edge of the table. And then fold the batting back, pull this towards me, bring the batting over. Meanwhile, just smoothing it all down, making sure I don't feel any puckers underneath, you know, and then unroll the top and then continue to pin. And then, you know, you have your, it's all quilted. You weren't on the floor. You weren't crawling around. You didn't have to get your dining room table, your coffee table elevated, and your kitchen table all together in one big space that you probably don't own. I know I don't. So, and then that's my quilt sandwich. So isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? Okay. Now we want to quilt it. Well, we love to quilt with templates. So we made a product called Print and Stick Target Template Paper. Yes. How's that? Is that any better? Better? Okay, thank you. Hey, Gloria, could you get us a print stick so we could show them the package? Okay. So Print and Stick Target Template Paper is adhesive, translucent paper. So that's going to stick. I could do a whole queen size quilt with just one of these because it will stick again and again and again. Now, you know, depending on your type of fabric, if you're doing this on just batting, eventually you're going to get so much lint on there, you know, you'll have to do another one. Now, I know some people who use spray adhesive and just add more adhesive to the back to continue to reuse it. We love that. So how do we do it? So we're going to take a look at that template. Let me leave it on the protective paper so you can see. It has a crosshair. And I print this in our software that's free for all of you to use. It's called Embroidery Toolshed. And it allows you to add a crosshair so you know where the center of the design is and you can see it in actual size. You can print in color, you can print in black and white. These print on inkjet and laserjet. But once it's on there, then you just take it off that protective paper and focus on where you're going to position it on the quilt. So, you know, I would probably center that on that seam, or you're going to do a little math and figure out how many you need across and so forth. But then it's going to be time to hoop that. So we have a bigger hoop. Well, we have a 9.5 by 9.5, and then we have the 10 by 16, which is giant. So we'll go ahead and we'll use that. And I'm just going to place that on the work surface and then take my quilt. Now, your pull notes would not be on there. You would already have removed them. But basically, I am just centering that quilt sandwich right inside that hoop. I lift my frame and I place it next to the attachment. I can feel that attachment. And I just kind of want to see if, you know, the top and bottom are aligned. And if they are, then I'm confident that when I drop it down, I'm going to be nice, straight, and center. So there I am. And I'm going to stitch my first design. Now, at the machine, because it's a flat magnetic hoop, I don't have to remove the whole quilt. I can just lift that top frame, take it away, advance the fabric to the next design area, and then place that back in position and stitch my next design. Now, of course, you have to take out your safety pins as you go, but that's how easy it is to quilt with your embroidery machine. Now, we also have, this is a table runner, right? So it's pretty easy to manage the weight of a table runner on your sewing table or your embroidery machine. But when you get to a full-size quilt, even a lap-size quilt, they're usually 60 by 60. Now you have a lot of weight. Remember when I showed you that shake test with the towel? Well, this is going to stay in there, right? We know that. We could do the shake test here, even though we're not aligned, and it's not going anywhere. But as I have a queen-size quilt on this, and it's moving around on the machine, yeah, I could definitely have hoop separation, and that's because the quilt drags the top frame. So the solution to that is to lift it above the bed of the machine, and we have the weightless quilter for that. And on the corner back there, we have it on the floor. You can watch it. But I do have a miniature version, so you're going to have to, think big here. All right. So it comes with 4 corner brackets. They look really funny, right? They have openings here and an opening here and 2 holes. 2 holes. They also come with floor bars that are metal and go inside like that. So let's go ahead and set that up just in the same configuration that it would be. So this would be behind my machine. We need another floor bar. So on my single needle embroidery machine, I only use 3 corner brackets and 2 floor brackets. That's all I use. Obviously, these bars are not to scale, okay? They should be about 4 feet each one, and they are over there in the corner. You'll notice that these holes are in an angle away from the machine. So let's go ahead and take a look at the poles that go in there. And they come in 2 different diameters. They have a skinny diameter that is a little bit more flexible than the wider diameter, which really doesn't have that much flexibility. And that's for king-size quilts, flannel quilts, really heavy stuff. But the holes in the corner brackets accommodate both sides of the poles, so it doesn't matter which one you're using. So now I'm almost ready, right? Next thing we do is our fabric clamps. Now, granted, they would be extended above the machine bed, right? They're not going to be short like this. They're going to be taller, and they're going to hold your fabric in place. And I could get that quilt sandwich, I guess. Let's use the terry cloth towel because I have pool noodles hanging off of that thing. And oh my goodness, it's crazy up here. Okay, so we just open that up. It's a nice friendly grip with that really nice wide opening for your fingers to go in so that you can get a good grip and it's easy to open. Do you know why I think that's important? How many years I've been hooping, right? Okay, so this is what's going to happen. My machine's going to be under here. My monster hoop's going to be right there. Let's go ahead and get a monster hoop. My hoop would be in here, and the whole thing moves really nice and smooth with the needle. As the needle and the hoop moves, so does my weightless quilter. So there's no drag whatsoever. It's really pretty cool. And it's back there. So it comes in a box that is about 6 by 6 and 48 inches or about 50 inches tall. And I just store it in the corner of my sewing room in a basket, in a tall, like vase basket. And I use it all the time, right? Does anybody have the weightless quiller? You do? Do you use it? Do you love it? It really makes it a challenging task easy to perform.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's so easy. And so it's also great for not just quilting. If you're doing like curtains or tablecloths or any kind of bridal wear, any kind of fabric that you don't want to touch the floor, anything you need to keep elevated, costumes. Gloria Cardoza is my assistant at Diamond. She's a costume maker, so she is often using it for crazy things to hold on, right?
My skirts can get pretty big, guys.
Yeah. So anyway, super fun.
I've been asked several times how heavy is it. I've been lifting the box with one hand.
Yeah.
So, just a hand off.
Right. Super easy. So any questions?
Oh, here you go.
Oh yeah. So this is the print stick target template paper. It comes in a pack of 25 sheets, 8.5 by 11. Goes in laser jet and inkjet. Now we do have a great bundle buy today for the hoop guard, which I don't know where that happens. So, I don't know where that is. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so we've also learned through time that people, when we're quilting, all of us, when we're quilting, we have a big quilt, we can sometimes have the roll of fabric fall into the sewing field, right? So this is a skinny quilt, so you're not going to get a good vision. But over on this demo over there, this hoop guard goes opposite the attachment. And the barrier wall goes outside the frame because we don't want our needle bar to hit that. But this keeps anything from falling into the sewing field. And so it's really great for terry cloth towels, sweatshirts, because you get all that bulk nested around the hoop, and definitely for quilting. So they have a great buy with purchase a hoop today, and you can also purchase hoop guard, hoop setters, and our newest item, which is our snap guide. So I'd like to show you them. Maybe. I need somebody to
You gonna grab this?
Yes, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, so this is a 9.5 by 9.5 hoop. And we are going to hoop this. Now, we don't have an overhead camera, which is kind of sad.
We do have this.
Can we pull that up really quick?
But it's a little bit from your back, Eileen. But you can see on the screen there's a little bit of an overhead.
Oh, okay. That's good enough. Really, that's fine. I don't know how old that would be. Okay.
Give us a moment while we get reset.
Here's the tip when you go to a quilt show. Yeah. Just turn this. Okay. Can I bring it? You know what? Hey, please. Disconnect that.
You should see our setup. Our cameras are actually about 2 or 3 feet off our tables in order to get these really great overheads.
Okay. So our newest product is Snap Guide. And Snap Guide comes with 2 placement guides and 4 metal tabs. And so this is what they look like. The metal tabs snap right onto the metal frame and they stay in place. So as I'm advancing my fabric, let me get in here straight because I'm not in here straight. See if that's straight. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to use my snap guide. I want to set this diamond opening at a dash line or a symbol, and then I want to make sure that my fabric is going to be, my seam is going to be aligned with the ruler. Because sometimes in a really big hoop, you know, you might have your seam hitting, let's say the number 7 or this diamond at the top and the bottom of the hoop, but the seam inside is actually wiggling. So this snap guide allows you to advance the fabric by sliding this down and then holding onto the quilt. And I would do this right at the machine. Now, granted, I would have the bottom attached to the machine, so that would be helping me, and I wouldn't have pool noodles attached to the other end of this quilt sandwich. So it's a lot easier over there. But isn't that cool? And you get 2 different lengths, because sometimes you want to, you know, align with horizontal seams. So you can use them together or you can use them apart. They have black dash lines and a yellow line for darker fabrics, and completely translucent. It also has an opening in the center that you could draw in there, like with a friction pen or a removable marker if you wanted to mark your quilt for some reason, because we often find that we want to mark our quilts, right? So we're really excited about them. They come with these new adhesive guides that are symbols instead of letters or instead of numbers. Does anybody know why that is? Because it's a big world, and some people think in inches and some people think in metric, and it really doesn't matter. All that matters is it the same at the top and is it the same at the bottom? So that's why we went to these easy to read symbols like diamonds, hearts, stars, circles, and we centered them between evenly spaced, solid, and dashed lines to make it easy for everybody to use these. So we're really excited about them. You're the first people to see them. This is a brand new product. AllBrands is the first to get it in their store. And in fact, they're taking orders because, you know, you have to buy it for your hoop. So we make sure that the hoop that you purchase, that the compatibility is listed on the snap guide. It tells you what hoop it works with. So I think that's about it. I've made a big enough mess up here. If anybody has any questions, we have like 60 seconds. So please ask away.
If not, we run out of time. You know where to find us in this back corner over here.
Absolutely. And so thank you so much for your time this morning. Have a great quilt show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for doing your show.
I didn't see you.
Thank you for doing your show. And for the fish on the screen.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, we did. Okay, I'll hold on to this for a minute. For what? What machines does it work for?
Oh, we have it.
Every major brand. Oh, okay. What brand do you have? Sparta. We have Motion. We have 4x4.
How did you put this top piece on the magnet part of it without buckling the material? Seen you do it, but it didn't register.
Okay.
'Cause I've got magnetic hoops.
Okay. Well, this is my method for these magnetic hoops. So if you have another brand, I don't know how to use that. But okay, sir. So anyway, I place my fabric over there,
Okay.
and then I take my top frame, and I can feel the attachment here.
I can
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, and then I just drop it.
Okay.
That's it.
And you still got a little buckle
Yeah,
there.
well, that's okay. Because it's a flat hoop, I can pull that. I also don't have fabric captured over here. This hoop's too
Okay.
wide.
All right.
Okay?
That's my problem.
Yeah.
I got magnetic hoops and they
Are they-
use it. They buckle on me. I've tried everything in the world to
Are
keep
they
them buckled.
this brand?
No, not that.
Oh, okay. So then I don't
No,
know.
you know, the one that's the one that's real popular. So
Uh-huh.
that's an easy something.
Okay.
Anyhow,
All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna put this first back over.
Okay.
Do you want me to? Do you want to just take it behind here? Would you like me to put this mat?
You could just fold it up and put it on the floor. We'll get it out of here. Put that on my arm.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, there's a travel hand to do.
Oh, did we knock something? Just to speak here. Yep, that's okay. Let's move next to you. One more lady, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Follow Joe. You got Joe? If you want to bring over the velocity, that'd be great. Oh, and we got the power cord here. Is this probably need a little bit more juice. Thank you very much. And Jamie, the penny. Okay. Hello, good morning. How's everyone doing? Am I too loud? I can whisper. Okay. Okay, how's everyone doing this morning? Fantastic. Enjoying the show so far? Okay, awesome. My name's Joe. I'm reliable. We're in the AllBrands Village. We're actually just right over here. I've got a few things to show you today up here, but we've got lots more. If you want to check us out, we're just right on the other side of these quilts on this side here. Again, welcome everybody, and we're reliable. So we're a Canadian company. We've been in the business. We started off in the industrial sewing machine business in 1955. In what was the heart of the apparel industry in North America. As you all know, that's since shifted overseas, and that's why we got into steam. So we get steam products from Italy, who are the originators of steam. So we really specialize in hot, dry steam. We do all kinds of things like steam irons, ironing boards, vacuum tables, and garment steamers, steam cleaners, all that kind of thing. So lots to show. I'm just going to be talking about a few things now. Is anyone familiar with our velocity irons? Anyone see these before? Okay, fantastic. So these irons, if you talk to anybody, any quilter that's used them, absolutely loves them. Am I wrong? I'm correct. Okay, fantastic. There's a number of reasons for that. So the way a traditional iron works is your sole plate, this part of it, gets really, really hot. And then you pull your little steam trigger, and that sprays water on the sole plate. And that's what creates the steam. Not with our velocity, because there's a couple problems with that. Number one, you have hot spots, because where that water is hitting will cool down over time. And then the rest of the iron has to heat up to compensate. That's how it ends up overheating. You end up with burning your shine on your fabric, which is the opposite of what you want. The other problem is, if you spray too much and that sole plate's not able to keep that heat, it won't turn to steam, so it'll leak. Again, you don't want moisture when you're ironing. Our velocity irons are guaranteed to never, ever leak. And that's because we don't operate the same way other irons do. We have what we call a vapor generator. It's like a mini boiler inside of the iron. What that means is the water is turned to steam before it ever gets to the sole plate. So when you'll notice there's not a trigger, but if there was a trigger, if I pulled it for my steam, it's just pushing steam out. That allows us to do a whole bunch of cool things. Number one, and like I said, there's no steam trigger. It's a sensor steam handle. So no more trigger fatigue. As soon as I touch that handle, steam starts pouring out. So you're not worrying about pulling the trigger all the time. And again, you can see one finger and it'll set the steam. Another thing is you don't need to have the sole that hot that you're risking that burning and shine. You can have it at a low temperature, safe for all fabrics. And never have to worry about that because you're still going to get the steam no matter what. You're not dependent on that sole plate to get super, super hot. Another thing that helps with is, when you're doing your squares, you like to work on it, you put the irons down for a little bit, you come back to it, and most irons have an automatic safety shut-off, right? Which is for safety. You don't want your iron to be on in case you forget about it. These irons have an 8 auto shut-off. However, if you know you're going to be using your iron for a long period of time, we have the ability to bypass that. So you can hold down this steam button for about 8 seconds, and it'll beep like it just beeped at me. I don't know if you can hear it. And that means that auto off has been completely disabled. So now you can iron for half an hour, 2 hours, and that iron's going to be hot and ready for whenever you need it. Okay? So sensor steam handle also... the sole plate itself, I'm not going to touch it, it's hot, but it's made of anodized aluminum, so it's not coated. So what anodized aluminum means is they've actually infused the ceramic into the element, and it is completely unscratchable. So if you accidentally go over a button or a pin, it's not going to scratch. I got this penny here, and the reason we had to ask for a penny, I'm Canadian. We don't actually have pennies in Canada anymore, so I had to come all the way down to Houston to get a penny for my demonstration, but I can scratch this sole plate, so the cows come home, and it's never gonna scratch. So you don't have to worry about it snagging the fabric or anything like that. This is our 270 IR model, which means it has 8 different temperature settings. All pre-settings, you can set it exactly for the material you're doing. So if you're working on cotton, it's got a setting for that. If you're working on silk, it's got a setting for that. But within each temperature setting, it's also got, you can adjust the steam. So you can have high steam, low steam, or you can turn the steam off and use it as a dry iron as well. Okay, so a lot of really cool features. If you go over our booth, you'll also notice we have a blue version of this one. That's our Velocity 240 IR. The only difference between the red one and the blue one is this one has 8 settings, like I said. The other one has 2 temperature settings. Save a little bit of money, and it keeps it simple. Those 2 settings are the auto setting, like I said, which is safe for all fabrics. Never have to worry about burning shine, but you still get your steam. But then it also has a turbo setting if you're looking to do pressing and get those nice creases. Okay, any questions about our Velocity irons so far? Well, hopefully I covered everything. What I'm going to move on to next is our professional version of the iron. So at Reliable, yes. So glad you asked. Okay, so like I demonstrated, you cannot scratch a sole plate. So if you're doing fusing or you get starch on it, whatever, and you're worried about getting it off, you can scrub the sole plate. You can scrub it off. You're not going to hurt your iron. It wasn't a Reliable. Oh, are you? Okay, fantastic. Awesome. Any other questions about Velocity before I move on? If you think of it, just shout at me anytime. That's totally fine. I wanted to show you our professional made in Italy boiler. So this is what you would see if you were to go in the back of like an alterations room or into an apparel factory. They use these stainless steel boilers. And this is basically a big version of what we have in here. This will give you up to 4 hours of continuous steam per day on one fill. So, and I'm going to show you what the steam looks like. You can see the steam over there. Notice how it's invisible here. So dry steam you can't see. So if you think about it, you know, we talked earlier about you're worried about your moisture. You don't want your fabric to get wet. You don't want your workspace to get wet. This is dry, dry, dry steam. So I can run over these wrinkles, and because it's so dry, it's penetrating through those fabrics that much faster. It's also pressurized at 50 pounds per square inch. I do one pass over the toughest wrinkles, they're gone. Because it penetrates right into the fabric, relaxes the fibers, and there goes your wrinkles. And again, kind of like I alluded to here, it's not heat that removes wrinkles, it is steam. And here you're getting the driest steam you can. When you combine this with what I have here, which is our 500 VB vacuum board, this is a phenomenal board for quilting. The reason is I step on this pedal here. Actually, first let me check that I have it on. Yes, I do. Okay, good. When it's on by default, it is a heated board. So again, we're talking about moisture being the enemy. If you were to stand up right now and touch this board, it's not hot, it's not going to burn you, but it is heated. That keeps your workspace dry, keeps your material dry, and it prevents any kind of rust from happening on the board as well. It also has a pedal. So you see there's a 3-way switch here. Right now I have it set to downwards, which is the vacuum. And what that means is when I step on this pedal, it's going to actually pull the air and get your working. It's actually got a fan in there. It's pulling the fabric and setting it in place. So if I'm trying to, it's probably hard to see down there. But as I'm pulling on this, it's got resistance. It's holding it in place. Now, when combined with the steam from the iron, it's going to pull it through that much faster. And if you're doing any kind of pressing and you really want to get that, like a crease in there, I know not necessarily for quilting, but like there's no sign of any wrinkle left in that whatsoever. So it pulls it through, keeps it nice and dry. Also, if you're doing like instead of doing your 3 layers of quilting, you got your backing, you got your batten, you know, the whole works. You don't need to iron each one separately. You can cut that work in a third because you can pile them all on top of each other, and that vacuum combined with the pressure of the steam is going to pull it right through everything. So you do one pass over all 3 layers, and you're done. So that's what's fantastic about that. Another cool feature with this board, it also has up air. Now this isn't, not everyone's going to use this, but it is a cool feature to have. When I have that on, I press the pedal, you'll see it actually blow. It's kind of like a pillow surface here. That is fantastic if you're doing any kind of really delicate fabrics or something with a nap. You don't want to, where you're worried about crushing it with the iron, you can essentially iron in midair. It's not putting that pressure on the fabric. So another really cool feature of the board. This board has again, made in Italy, 10-year warranty on the frame. They're absolutely fantastic. It folds up nice and neat. And then I'll go back to this. So some other cool things about the ironing station here that a lot of other versions won't have is the temperature on the iron. All right. The temperature on the iron is fully variable to be set. So you can set it, again, to a low temperature if you're doing something like nylon, all the way up to the maximum heat. And then, again, you want that maximum heat if you're doing any kind of pressing or you got really stubborn wrinkles you're trying to get out. A lot of safety features here. It's also got pressure gates. Something else that it has is the eco mode. So again, if you're ironing for long periods of time, you can set it to the eco mode, which means that it will save you a lot of energy and it'll preserve your heating element. It'll keep it at a constant low pressure setting, which isn't enough to actually iron, but when you're ready to use it, it fires up again in less than 2 minutes. So then you're ready to go. You don't have to use it. You can leave the boiler on the whole time, just if you're trying to save a little bit of energy. It's a little bit environmentally friendly there as well. Another cool thing, you'll notice these are all separate systems. So we've got the board, we've got the iron. This iron is also detachable from the boiler. What's fantastic about that is who here has ever dropped an iron? Few people. So the nice thing about that is if you were to drop iron, I mean, it's a stainless steel iron, so it's pretty sturdy, but if you were to drop it from high enough, it would probably cause damage. You don't then need to set the whole system to get repaired. You can just detach this iron. I'm not going to touch it because it's hot, but when it's cool, you just pop that off, put that setting, disconnect it here, and you can just send the iron. You can connect a different iron to it, and you can keep on working. Your board's still fine, your boiler's still fine, everything's still good to go. You don't have that downtime. The level of steam is also fully adjustable. For ironing, you typically don't need it super full volume, but you can adjust it there if you ever need anything else. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions so far about any of the stuff I talked about? Yes. Haven't talked about price. Okay, so there is it's because I didn't bring my sheet with me. So regular $5.99 for the board, so very, very affordable. This thing goes for $179, the velocity. $179, $5.99, and this is regular $7.99. That being said, this isn't the only model we have here. Like I said, this is good for up to 4 hours a day. If you're looking for one that you only need up to 2 hours a day, we have our 3000 IS model in the booth that you can go check out as well. That one goes for $5.99. We also have an in-between version that doesn't have the removable iron. It's hardwired in, and it doesn't have a pressure gauge, but it has a steam ready light. That is $6.99. That's our 4100 IS. We also have bigger models. We've got about 9 models in this line for all different needs, all the way up to ones that'll hook up directly to the water line if you're actually doing production, which I don't think you guys are, but you never know. But we've got them all available. I said those prices. There are show specials going on. That's why I said I don't have my sheet. If you buy this with this, I think you save $140 or something like that. I think altogether it's $12.58. It comes to with the iron station and this. So definitely affordable. But if you're looking to place your orders, all the orders will be taken at the AllBrands order desk right behind me here. And they'll be able to answer questions like that. Or if you go over and see Jamie or myself afterwards, I'll be able to tell you for real. I just forgot it. So it's a boiler system, so it will be hot. You just have to wait for it to cool down, add the water back in, it heats up in about 15 minutes, and then you're good to go for another 4 hours. It does have to. Yesterday we were a little impatient and we tried to pour some water in it before it cooled down, and you get a nice little water fireworks display. So don't do that. Yes. So this iron is about half a pound heavier than regular iron. It's about 4 pounds. So I'm glad you brought that up. So thank you. Even though it's heavier, you can see it still glides, no problem at all. The anodized aluminum full plate just glides real nice and easy. The reason it's weight is good because it's again, that helps you press out any wrinkles, or if you're trying to increase or anything like that, makes it nice and easy. Also, weight I know is a concern if you're doing this all the time because it gets hard on the wrist. So this board doesn't have it, but we do have a board that we designed specifically for quilters, which again is over my booth there. I just didn't have room for more than one ironing board up here. It's what's called the 350 LB. It doesn't have the traditional tapered end that this one has. It actually has a rectangular end, so you can maximize that sewing surface or that ironing surface. And it's 51 inches long. So I think it's 51 inches by 19.5. So it's a nice big ironing surface. It also has what we call our Connex heat zone. So it has a little black strip next to the iron rest here that is made of the same material that they make firefighter uniforms out of. So as I was saying, this motion is not great for your wrist over time, but with that part and with the new version of this once it comes out, we are going to, you can do your ironing, and then you just simply slide it over and then it's on the chronic speed zone. So you're not worrying about pulling up any arthritis, and then the weight of the iron becomes non-issue. Yes. Absolutely. We have an iron rest, and I think that's one of their show specials. Actually, if you get a velocity iron, it is coming with its own silicone iron rest. I can actually charge. Yeah, the silicone, you can leave it sit on that, and you can leave it sit. I can leave it sit all show, and it's never going to go into it. Nope, nope, it's completely heat resistant. So it'll get warm, but you'll never burn yourself, and it won't melt. Exactly. Absolutely. How hot is the iron? How hot does it get? Skill testing questions. So that's a range. The lowest setting I think is 130 Fahrenheit, and then the maximum setting I will need to double check. I think it's somewhere in the range of like 220 or something like that. No. This one will be absolutely safe, 100%. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is what I brought up here. Some other cool things we have. We have a cloth cutter that is completely battery run. It'll run for 2 hours, and it can spare battery and charges in 2 hours. So you never have any downtime. It will, so instead of using your rotary cutter and wearing down your shoulder, it is automatic. So it provides LCDs on pliers. It'll cut up to an inch worth of fabric like that. So I really encourage you to come on over, check it out. We're cutting cut fabric. But you can do, if you're making kits or anything like that, it's amazing how quick it's not a rotary cutter because it's it's like a powered version of a rotary cutter, but it requires no. It just glides, and it'll cut through up to an inch of you hold it, yes. Still cut it, yeah, exactly. But the nice thing about it too is, unlike a rotary cutter, all right, unlike a rotary cutter, where you'll wait up your mat if you're cutting in the same spot all the time, it's on glider, so you can cut a million times in the same spot, never wear out your cutting. So we have that. What else do we have? Here's a rotary iron press over there. So does anyone know what a mango is? Vertical mangoes? No? Okay, so it's a roller press. So you would put through your fabric. It's really good for big sheets, so like quilts, for example, or if you're doing quilt backing, or if you're doing yardage, you can run it through 2 open ends. So it's a 33-inch roller, but you can put wider than that. And you run it through, and it'll simultaneously press and steam at the same time. So instead of doing, if you're doing yardage, instead of putting it on your board, quickly ironing it, putting it down, flipping it over, doing the next section over and over and over again, you just stick one end in, you press down on the pedal, and you roll the whole thing right through. So another really cool thing to check out. What else do we have over there? We've got our sewing lights, which are fantastic. Our River Light Flex. Yeah, all kinds of cool stuff. Okay, how am I doing for time there, John? Fantastic. Okay, that's pretty much everything I have to say. So any final questions before I go? No, everyone's good. Well, thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the show. Check us out.
Yay. How fun. How fun. Okay. Yeah, he's going to mic me. Yeah. Yeah, you got 2 chicks. That's right. My girls. We're getting ready to do another sew along with the classic Christmas from Hoop's sister. And 2 chicks is going to get it for us. So that'll be awesome. We've got more hair than Dolly. Hold on. There, I think that will work. Put that right here. How's it look? Test, test. Yay. Can you guys hear me? Good. Okay, I have to hook this somewhere that I don't get it hung up on my own self. Did you guys like that the other day when I ironed the heat and bond light to my ironing surface? Who's done that? Who's done that? Yay. Have I wet? No, I'm not ironing my iPhone. That's a new one. Thank you. I know I've got something to look forward to. That's awesome. Let me put this aside. Where are we on time? 11:31. I need to get with the program. All right. Hi, everybody. I know we're all going, oh, what a minute. Hi, everybody. Hey, it's Becky from PowerToolsWithThread.com. Hey. I am so glad to see all of you here today. This is so exciting for me. It is the highlight of my year to see all of you in one spot. So I see your names in the chat. We have the Stitchuation Room Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. And we just have some coffee. And you guys bring Danishes. And you guys, who's in my Stitchuation Room? Y'all see Candace Park talking on there all the time? She's right here. That is Candace. So thank you so much for coming. You guys, here's what I am going to do. I love to make applique quilts. Do you guys love to make applique quilts? Who wants to make the applique? First of all, cut it out by hand. And then who wants to stitch, stitch, stop, turn, stitch, stop. Oops. Dang it. Rip it out. Seam ripper, rip it out. Stitch, stitch, stop, turn, hate it. So I want to be able to automate this entire process. Keith, do you need the video camera? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn this luminaire. Yeah, Mr. Man is back. I'm going to turn this. Ooh, like that. I know. Okay. Okay. Now, no matter whether you have a commercial paper pattern, like y'all know I love Lucy Halverson's on Wander Lane. Love to make her stuff, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a paper pattern commercial or you took an image from Google. This is from Google Images. It's a free Christmas tree. And I wanted to make this tree and I wanted to put the star on top of it. And I don't want to sew it manually on the domestic machine. So what I did is I got to find my USB because we are not connected to the internet here. So these machines are not talking to one another. And I'm not, my laptop's not talking to this, but you know, I was in the military, right? I did 20 years in the Air Force, and we don't say pretend, we say simulate. So we're going to simulate that we're connected, right? That's what we're going to do, okay? So I'm going to take this paper pattern. Now, if y'all have a ScanNCut, you are going to want to get yourself one of these. This is called a scanning mat. It has black on it. It is not sticky at all. It just has a clear flap to keep away the dog fur, the cat fur, the man fur, all of that, right? All the dust and thread. And so I want the ScanNCut to take a picture of this. So, oh, y'all, my hair. Okay. You guys have seen me at my worst in the morning, I know. I am, oh, we have a technical problem. John, I need a blade. Black would be fine, thank you. So handy. So, where's the ScanNCut? Here it is. So y'all see we've got 2 buttons here. So this is what I'm going to do. For those, let me give you, tell you what we're going to tell you what I told you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you. I'm going to take a paper pattern and I'm going to convert it using Stitch Artist 2 into an embroidery design so that the embroidery machine is doing everything. The ScanNCut's going to cut out all the fabric and the embroidery machine is going to do all the work for me. So, matter of fact, I need to make sure that my needle is threaded. Yeah, because I'm not there yet, but I'll forget. Okay. Okay, can you see it? Am I in the way? What is that line? There's a white line for the camera, John. Yay, for John. So I want to take a picture of this Christmas tree. Okay, I want the Christmas tree on placemats. What I want to do. So I'm going to hit this scan button right here. Now, you guys, so you can either take your commercial pattern if the image is complete. If it has dashed lines on it, you know how sometimes they'll do dashes that tuck under. Y'all need to trace around that and finish that out. ScanNCut's like whole complete images. They don't like dashed lines, okay? So I use the handy dandy Crayola marker. I recommend Crayola markers in case you're tracing around a Lori Holt simple shape and you jump up on there accidentally. You don't want to do that with a Sharpie. You want something that's going to come right off. We're going to pop this in here and I'm just going to scan. Oh, first I'm going to load my Mac. That's very handy. Now here's where everybody gets tripped up, okay? Is people look at it and they say, do I do a direct cut or do I ScanNCut data? And here's how you remember that. I'm a nerd and I love Star Trek, The Next Generation, and Data was one of my favorite characters on that. So you want to ScanNCut data, okay? Direct cut will cut. If you want to fussy cut some fabric, that'll do that for you. I'm just going to hit start. And I want the machine to take a picture of what it sees. The ScanNCut is by far the best to be able to do this because the ScanNCut is going to do an exact size. You don't have to add seam allowance unless you want to. Am I in the way? I'm not. Okay. You guys, this changes your world and the way you look at applique this. So it says recognize. What a nice, good line that is. Isn't that great? So I'm going to see if they have a little, yeah. So now it wants to know, do I want to do the outside only, inside, outside, or regions? Regions are used for colors, and we're not playing with colors right now. Inside, outside is used if you're like doing letters and you want to capture the inside of an E, a little E or a B or something like that. I want outside only. Okay. And it's going to say, all right, I'm just going to pull this arrow up so because it sees the bottom edge of the paper, and I'm going to do preview, and it's asking me, is that what you think you want? I think that's what I want. So I'm going to tell it okay. And it's going to process it. Where do you want to save it now? I can save it into the machine. I can simulate saving it into the cloud, or I can save it to USB. I'm going to save it to the machine. All right. I've got my handy dandy little Power Tools with Thread USB right here. It says it's saved into number 1, and I'm going to tell it okay. So now I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to go back to home. Is it okay to delete all patterns? Y'all get kind of spooky when it says, am I going to delete it? Oh no, it's okay. We saved it in memory. I'm going to tell it okay. These are patterns that were in the machine when you bought it. So I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to retrieve data, my favorite little Android, from the machine. I want to put a star on top of my tree. So this is the one I want. It's going to pull it up, and I'm going to tell it okay. Now I want to add. So there's my tree. I'm going to put it like right there. I'm going to hit add and pattern. I want to get from here, and I want a star. Let me go scrolling through all these. Look at all these shapes you get in here. I want to choose this star, and I'm going to tell it set. That's a good size. I might need to resize it just a little bit. Let me edit, object edit, and I'm going to make it smaller. And I'm going to make sure that portions are constrained. That arrow up and down, side to side is on. And I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller so I think it'll, what do you guys think? You like that size? Will that look good? It doesn't matter. This is just how you do that because I can't use these designs because I've already got the designs right here. I mean, I guess we could. It doesn't matter. I like that. You guys like that or is it too big? It's too big? She says, make it smaller, girl. Go for it. I just want to make sure it fits on my 3x3 fabric. How about that? That looks good. Okay. I'm going to tell it okay. And okay, they're very insecure. You have to tell these machines all the time. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay. I'm going to tell it okay. All right. You check for that. Okay, you guys. We're not done yet. We got one more thing we got to do. I don't want to cut it out by hand. So I'm going to use my, y'all, you guys know this mat well? This is my mat. I brought it from home. This mat has seen a lot of use. It's about 3 years old, okay? I just have too many things out here, John, that's all. Oh, let me get that little spatula out. Okay. Okay. I need some space. So, my fabric. When you do this process, you guys, use your selvages. Use it to help hold your fabric on. I have heat and bond right on the back of this. You see how glassy that is? That's a good adhesion. You don't want it to be dull. It needs to be absolutely one with the fabric. So I'm going to put it on. I'm just going to rub it with my fingers like that. And I'm going to get my other piece. Got my little Yazzie bag of tricks. You guys, she's got these over at the booth. So I know you guys were looking for these. If you're going on the ScanNCut cruise with me, you're going to want this mat. I mean, this bag. I'm sorry. Where's my camera? Oh, John, would you plug this in for me? I'm going to need it, please. And I have a base to it right here. There we go. I need my little yellow fabric. I need my background fabric. I need lots of stuff. There it is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stay right there. So this is going to be my star. I thought I was squished in the mornings in the situation room with y'all. Jeez. Woo. Man. I'm going to put this right here. Okay. If you have the old CM model of ScanNCut, you cannot interchange the mats. This mat is specific to the SDX model. It has an arrow on the top. It only goes in one way. The CM models have arrows on both ends, and you can use them either one. I asked him to plug it in, not turn it on. John does what he's told, and only what he's told, like a good airman. All right, I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to load the mat. Woo. John, can you make sure, turn it on? You got the code right there on that deal and get it up and running. Would you pull up Embroidery? Okay, so you guys, this is where the ScanNCut makes its money. That little blue box right there, that is the scanning button. And so I'm going to take a picture of the mat so I can see what's on it. Whatever you like. Because you're going to have to take a picture. You'll have to put a camera on the thing. I'm just going to hit this and hit start. And it's going to take a picture of what it sees. On the stool or on the chair is fine. So long as you can get the camera to it. Whatever. Yeah. Oh, no, HDMI. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Right here. I don't know. I got a mouse. Okay. I can long distance. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna put my dog in a new one right here. Okay. So stay. So look at that. Y'all can see, oh, look at this. I can't hardly see it. I'm going to go to the wrench and I'm going to tell it light background instead of dark and tell it okay. There, now I can see it better. That tree looks real good. I'm going to bring it down just a little, and the star, I'm going to put it right here. You cannot do that with any other cutting machine. So this sees exactly what I've got, and I can put my piece exactly where I want it to be. I'm going to tell it okay. And please select, cut, and start. Do your thing. I love it. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take, see my brain working? I need to save both of these on this USB, otherwise the embroidery design won't fit the shapes. Because I should have pulled them up. I've got them on this USB. But look at what's happening here. So it is cutting. It's really important that you maintain the integrity of the shape as you go through this, okay? Because you don't want your embroidery design to be different. Look at this. It's all done. Isn't that phenomenal? Okay. I'm going to tell it eject. And let's take a look at what we've got. There's my star. Perfect. And there's my tree. Isn't that nice? That is so pretty. Thank you, ScanNCut. Yes, ma'am. I don't know. Because I guess so that it doesn't scan the whole thing. It's supposed to do something. I want to, I'm going to go back and I'm going to hit save. Where do I want to save it? I want to save it to the USB. So let's see. It is number 2. Look here. I want you guys to see something really important. See, it says 2.fcm. Okay. FCM. Who's here heard of an SVG file? SVG vector graphic, right? We all know what the vector graphic is. This is a vector graphic as well. Brother uses the extension FCM. No, it doesn't stand for fabric cutting machine. So it sounds good, but it's not right. So I am going to take this, and it's important that you note FCM because that means I'm messing with the graphic. I'm not playing with an embroidery design just yet, okay? So I'm going to take my USB out now, and I'm going to pop it into my laptop over here. John's got me. All right. So I am using, oh, isn't he awesome? So I am using a piece of software called Embrilliance Stitch Artist 2. Embrilliance, I like to call it the Liberty Mutual of embroidery software. You only pay for what you need. So for those who have seen embroidery software packages that are like thousands of dollars, you guys don't have to do that. This is $369 here at the show, and they will give you 10% off because you're one of my viewers. You can go over there and special order it, and they will email you the code as soon as the show is over. So I'm going to, in this software, I'm going to open up Stitch Artist, and then I want to show you guys how easy this is to turn this into an embroidery design. I'm going to come over here to this button that says Vector. Remember, we talked about it being a vector graphic. I'm going to click Vector, and it says, where do you want to get it from? I want to get it from my USB. It's number 2. That's what we just did, and I'm going to tell it open. All right, so now we have the tree and the star, but let's think about this. I don't want blanket stitches on the tree under the star. We don't want the loop, we don't want the bulk, right? So I need to remove the blanket stitches from under that star. I want the placement line to stitch out, but I don't want the blanket stitches. So while you and I see two things on, you and I see two designs. We see a star and a tree, right? What the software sees is one design. And if it's one design, it's going to blanket stitch everything. That's what it does, is it blanket stitches the whole design. So what I want to do now, I'm going to just click on the tree, and I want to center it in the hoop. So I'm going to come over here and hit the center in the hoop button. How simple that is. I'm going to jump back into Stitch Artist, click off. I want to get rid of the star for now. I'm just going to hit, I need to hit delete on my keyboard. I got it. There we go. The reason I did that is because I don't want blanket stitches underneath. And how you do that is you tell the software it's actually two designs, not one. So I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to go vector. Where do I want to get it from? I want the same one. I'm going to click open. Oops, I did that wrong. This is where we get tripped up, right here. That's where we get. I need to tell it has a new design. So up here, I'm going to click create, design, begin new design. Now look over here. Now I've got one is just the tree and two, it says design. I'm going to come over here to vector. I'm going to bring it in again. I'm going to tell it open. And I'm going to, over here, there's a plus sign in this objects panel. I'm going to click that one. I'm going to hit delete. So now I have two. So I want to highlight this. I'm going to grab it and drag it on top. That is big, isn't it? Is that the right one? Wow. It looks like it. Sure does. That looks really big. How big is that? How big is that? That is 3 15/16 by 3 3/4. I don't think that's right, y'all. That ain't 3 by 3. No, that ain't right. That ain't right at all, is it? Let me delete. How come? Why did it do that? Did I not save it properly? I need to do some troubleshooting here and figure out why. It was number 2. Yeah. It is big. What's the deal, Lucille? Let me hit cancel. I can't. Once you cut your fabric, it's over. You've got to make sure that the size, let me come in here. You have to make sure once you cut your fabric, you have to make sure that it's going to be the same. Okay. So I want to save this to USB. It's saving. Override or new. Let's do new. It's number 3 now. Okay. Cut that in. I don't know why. It should have been the same. I'm going to hit delete. Okay. I'm going to go import vector. Number 3. Tell it open. That's still, I guess it's the right one. I suppose, right? I suppose. I'm going to bring this up. I want to center it in the hoop. And go back to Stitch Artist. I'm going to highlight this line. I'm going to hit delete. Okay. And now I'm going to create, design. Look how, once you get the hang of this, y'all, you'll be all over it. Okay. Number 3. Open. And get rid of the tree and hit delete. And if this doesn't work, I don't know. It looks right, you guys, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it is the right. That doesn't look right. The star is important. I guess. We'll see. We'll figure it out on the placement line, won't we? Right? I got my background fabric. I'm going to float this. I think it'll be okay. I don't know. Yeah, I did bring some KK2000. I could always cut another one. Yeah. I could also put the fabric on it and cut it the old-fashioned way, but that defeats the purpose, right? Ugh. I like to spray the stabilizer, not the fabric. to make sure that this is, oops, so we are ready when we're ready to go. Oh, that's all on my way now. Okay, so what I want to do is Control A to select all. And I want to convert this into an embroidery design. What did I do with my mouse? And how I do that is so easy. I'm just going to touch this button right here that is applique. And it did it. It converted it into an applique. However, look at this. It still says .fcm. So we are in a graphic. This is not an embroidery design yet. If you wanted to change your stitches, you could click on this. And here's where you can change it to from an E-stitch. I could make it a blanket stitch. I could make it a satin stitch, whatever. I'm going to have it be a blanket, okay? And here's where you can change your stitch length. I want that to be 4.0 on both of those. So this is what is called the working file, and you will see it, it's called like .be, the working file. You can change the color. Y'all, I don't change colors because I change colors when I feel like it. I don't bother fiddling around with it in the software. I don't know why that doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. I can tell y'all right now it doesn't. But so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say File, Save as Stitch and Working. Stitch is my PES embroidery design. Working is the BE design. And I'm going to save it to the downloads. We'll call it My Designer. That's fine. That's what it's saying. No, My Design 3. That's what it's saying. Okay. Now what I want to do is I'm going to open a brand new one. And I want to open and My Design 3. Look, this is the working design. Here's the PES file. Tell it open. And look, we don't have blanket stitches underneath because we told it we have two separate designs, okay? If I wanted to here, I could certainly click that. That's the tree placement. See, and that's a stitch order. You want the tree to go down before the star, right? And so on this one, I'm going to hold down the Control key. I'm going to click both. And I'm just going to use my arrow here. I'm going to move it a little bit. Bring it down. It's fine, just like it is. But you want to do all of that manipulation before you turn it into an embroidery design, okay? So this looks good. I'm ready to stitch it out. I've already saved it. File, Save as Stitch and Working, and I need to get it onto my USB because we simulate. So if you have any brother machine that accepts designs wirelessly, you can click Utility, send to Stellaire XP1, works with the XP3, works with my 10 needle, works with my 6 needle, whatever, or my MQ3700D. Okay, that's good. And I'm gonna take it and put it on the embroidery machine. No, I'm not sure that we got the right cut size. I think we did, but I don't know. This ain't gonna work. I'm being very skeptical. I said a prayer this morning. I think it got used up in traffic. I'm gonna go to embroidery. Where do you want to get it from? I want to get it from the Pocket for Memory and USB and My Design 3. The other one looks a lot better, but we'll see. I don't know, though. We're going to hit embroidery. Come on. We're having faith. And I'm just locked, put down. I'm ready to go. So we'll see. I put a new bobbin in. Now, I'm using black thread because so you guys can see it easier. I did my chicken salad all one thread color. So far, so good. I'm worried about that stall. All right. So a lot of people ask questions. pretty side up, pretty side down. If you decide to do this pretty side down, you need to make sure to mirror the design and make sure it all works, just like you would a regular applique pattern. Okay. Yeah, let me get out my little ironing surface here. This is my steady Betty. She came with me in my Yazzie Betty. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Yay. It's perfect. If I iron it on right, it'd be even better.
What iron are you using?
This is a Cricut mini press. I love the Cricut mini press. They fit perfectly. I can do stuff in the hoop. I have enough fake. Now watch what we're going to do. Here's where, I just do not want to do this by domestic machine. There's our blanket stitch. I love this. I love this, okay? For you, Judy Niemeyer fanatics, when you've got to cut out 500 little leaves to go on those vines, you definitely want to use the ScanNCut for that, okay? You can take that paper tracing, you can put it into the ScanNCut and then I use a 24-inch mat for a lot of embroidery at one time, and I can put the whole piece of fabric on there and hit cut. And in a matter of about 3 or 4 minutes, it's going to cut out 200 leaves or whatever, or the flowers or the vines or whatever it is. Now, I've got a little bit of operator error here on our registration because I did not iron that one point down correctly. That's where your Sharpie comes in. Color that in. This looks great. I'm just... Okay. All right, we're ready to do the star. Oh, I gotta put my foot down. Do that. Oh. It ain't gonna fit. I don't know what happened to that star. That ain't gonna fit. That is not gonna fit. No, I grabbed the 3. I did it. I did it. It ain't gonna fit, y'all. I'm not even gonna fiddle with it. I'm not. Take that yellow Sharpie and put that to use, right? So I just want to show you guys. There was an operator error in here, of course, but so look at how good the stitching was all the way around the tree. Okay, so this works, y'all. You've seen me do it on YouTube 100 times. We are live, and that's the way that happens. So, all right, you guys, I am over my time. Thank you so much. Please come by, say hi to me, and let's get pictures. I love you all. Thank you. All right, you guys, what do I always tell you to do? Go sew something. Yay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, there I am. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Sara, and I'm the resident Printmoda Studio expert. So this is Brothers' new inkjet ink fabric printer. And they've taken their awesome inkjet printer capabilities, and they built in a tray that holds a roll of fabric. So there's my fabric roll tray. And they created fabric that is specially treated. I'm at a very bad angle here. It's specially treated to absorb the inkjet inks that the printer uses. So you get beautiful, vibrant fabric prints, beautiful colors. There's lots of different patterns available to you. Beautiful, crispy photos printed out.
Can you pull in a vector print?
If you save, you can pull in anything you design yourself as long as it's saved as a JPEG image. All right. All right. So our inks are right in here in this cover, easily accessed CMYK inks, just like your standard printer and your office at home. And because these are standard inkjet inks, that means this also functions as a regular office printer. So it has a tray for paper. So you can print your documents, your pages. You can print on photo paper. You have a tray back here where you can print on envelopes. And then, of course, you have your wonderful fabric roll tray. I'm showing it again because it's so awesome. It's awesome, okay? So your fabric is 100% cotton. And like I said, it's specially treated to absorb those inkjet inks. So once it prints out, you just have to let it dry for 15 minutes, and then you're ready to sew it into your project. No heat setting needed, no extra treatments afterwards. It's ready to go.
Do you let it sit before you take off the bag?
Yes. Let it sit and dry for 15 minutes, and then it has a backing on it. This clear, shiny backing that you see here, that allows the roll to feed smoothly through the printer so that your print doesn't have any bumps or wrinkles on it. So we love that it has a backing. And then when you're finished, the backing peels off really smooth. It leaves no residue behind. And then your fabric is nice and soft, and it's ready to be used in your projects. I'm going to pass around a piece right here so you can get a feel for it. And it couldn't be easier to load this into the machine either. So I have the fabric side down, slides right in here, feeds up, and then I'm just going to pull it back until it reaches the notches at the back of my tray, and that's what's going to pull it into the printer. And set it right in here. Nice and gentle, and we're ready to print. Now, it's designed to work with Brothers Art Spira app. So I have the app right here on my phone. You can see my phone up on the screen here. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to connect to the printer. Once you have the Art Spira app, which is free to download for Apple or Android users and free to use, you go to your machine settings. And as long as you're on the same wireless network as your printer, you go to register. And there's my printer ready to go. I tap on it, it pops up, and we're ready to print. In the app, that's where you have all of your different design templates. So Art Spira has lots of different beautiful design templates that are already created for you. Once you go into the template, you tap on the pictures and swap them out for your own. You print it in minutes, and you have a beautiful piece of art for your wall, or fabric to create home decor, or bags, or anything that you could think of. All right, let's pass that around too so you can see how crisp those photos are. So right at the top here, we have printing designs. And I can go into any of these categories, and I can select a template. It immediately gives me the dimensions of my project, so I know how big it is. Once I tap create, I'm able to directly edit multiple different parts of each of these templates. So I'm going to tap on my cow, and you see the blue outline means that I'm directly editing that portion of the design. press change and put my own photo in there. I don't like the little white around the edges, so I can use my crop tool to pinch until I see no more white. And there you go. I printed it and it's ready to sell.
And you're doing all your editing.
The question is, are we doing all the editing on our phone? And yes, you can do all the editing right in the ArtSphere app. If you want to move outside of the templates, let's say you can't find exactly what you like. Let's go back to our home screen. We can go to New down at the bottom. Can we switch back to my phone? Thank you. So down at the bottom, we can go into the design editor. And the great thing about printing on a fabric roll is that you can print up to 3 yards at one time. So we're no longer limited to 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper or fabric. So I'm going to use letter size just for demonstration purposes, but keep in mind you can print up to 3 yards at one time. Now in here, I'm able to choose a background color, and then I can start adding my images on top. And you can add as many images or graphic designs that come in the app as you'd like. It's super easy to just pinch and zoom and move them around.
You can also be doing this on an iPad
Yes.
or a computer.
The question was, can you use this on an iPad? So this is compatible with a phone or a tablet, Apple or Android, and it does not work on your computer. So this is only phone or tablet. Now, because I was saying this also works as an office printer, you can connect it wirelessly to your computer and print from anything on your computer as well. You just can't use the ArtSphere app on your computer. Yes, the question was, can you print artwork from another program on your computer where you've created it? And the answer is yes, you can. To paper or fabric. All right. Officially, no. Officially, can you feed a roll of paper through the roll feeder? Officially, no. But it's up to you what you'd like to try. All right. Okay, so in our design editor, we can also add text. So I can easily put in some text here. Again, size it up. I can change my font. And you guys see how easy it is to just go in, play with this. You can play for hours on here. And when you've made something that you like, you can save it in your app and print it later. All right. Now, you can also have a lot of fun creating your very own fabric patterns. With the geometric patterns feature, you can go in and you can use either the built-in patterns that are in the app, which I showed you earlier, that are some of these printed samples that I have, or you can use your own images. And what the geometric pattern function does is it takes a piece of your image and it kind of multiplies it in a kaleidoscope effect. So once you select your image, you then can select your piece and you have a custom fabric with your own image in there. Isn't that cute? I love that feature so much. So imagine printing this template that I have on my pillow and then creating your own fabric with the geometric patterns feature with the same photo and using it as a complementary fabric in your projects. I have another example here that I can pass around. This is one of the built-in patterns. I call it the Sweet Treats pattern. It's got cupcakes and candies. And I ran that pattern through the geometric patterns function and got a brand new fabric, which once I pass it around, you can see the tiny little donuts and cupcakes in here. So you get beautiful coordinating fabrics to use in your quilting projects or any project you can think of. Now let's print this little guy out, and I'm going to show you how quiet the printer is here. Now there is a minimum print size, and that's about 8.26 inches, or 2.7 rather. So I'm going to create this to be the minimum size that we have to print. But again, you can print up to 3 yards. And I have the option to save this. I'm going to save it because I like how it turned out. Now it'll be available in my app to print for later uses. All right. Now we have our printer selected here. And I have different options as far as print settings go. So I have eco mode and fine. I have an awesome visual here that shows the same pattern printed out in eco and fine, and you really can't tell the difference between the two. Eco mode does save you some ink, so I stay and print on eco mode at all times because you might as well save some ink if you're not, if you're not losing any quality. All right, so I'll pass that around too. All right, so here we go. I'm going to print. I'm going to pull out my support tray here. Now it gives me a nice little message that reminds me how much I need on my roll to print this material. I'm going to press OK. It's sending over. And another beautiful feature is the automatic built-in trimmer. So the machine is going to print my design at 8.27 inches and then trim it for me. So I'll be ready to pull it out and it'll be cut to the perfect size. Thank you. Yes. It will. So the question was, will it let you know if you don't have enough ink to finish the print? So I know that Brother printers will warn you when your ink is low. I don't think it is quite that precise where it can tell you exactly how much is left, but it does give you warnings when the ink is low. And that brings up another great point. So a standard set of inks will last and print 35 yards of fabric. So that ink goes a really long way. Yes. I believe it was tested at the fine mode, high quality printing. Yeah. Any other questions while we're waiting for it to print?
Yes. When it saves, is it saving somewhere in the cloud?
Yes. The question was, where does it save? It saves to the ArtSphere cloud. Yes.
Is there a limit to how much you can save?
The question is there a limit to how much you can save? You can save 20 projects on the free version. And if you pay for the premium version, ArtSphere Plus, you're able to save up to 100 projects. All right. So we're all set and we're trimmed. And I was at the very end of my roll here. So that's why I have this extra white coming out. But there's my printed fabric. Now, I'm going to let it dry for a few minutes before we pass it around. But once it's dry, we're ready to peel off the backing and use it in our project. All right.
Would it allow you, if you had a very small project,
It will not. The question was, can you use the end of this for a small project? No, once it spits out, it's done.
Could you run that through a regular printer now?
Can you run it through a regular printer? You probably could. Yeah, an inkjet printer. Yes. Where's the trimmer? It's in the back of the machine. It's a small blade that's easy to remove if it ever needs to be replaced. Oh, yes, it trims it from the roll. Right, it's just the length, yeah. So for example, when I printed this off of my roll, it trimmed it right here and spit it out, and then the roll remains. So there's no waste. Right, that's just because we're at the end of the roll that it spit this part out. The roll is 5 yards. Each roll is 5 yards. Yeah. Yes. it will notify you that you have no more space left. It will give you an option. And sorry, the question was, when you've reached your maximum amount of projects that you can save, will it automatically delete one for you? It will notify you that you ran out of space, and it'll give you the option to go in and delete which ones you want. It won't choose for you. All right. And I could show you on the app here how that looks. So all of my creations are saved under My Creations. They're all right here. And right at the bottom, you see it says 12 out of 100. So it tells you how many projects you have saved currently out of how many you're able to save. If you're on the free version, it would say 12 out of 20. I have Artsphera Plus, so I have 100 different slots to save projects. $13 a month. Yes, yes. Oh, you can purchase the Artsphera Plus subscription right in the app. That I'm not sure. For warranty, I would ask someone under the tent for AllBrands. Yeah. Yes. It's available. The ink is available through AllBrands, through their dealerships. It's available through Brother. It's available through other resellers. Yes. This is a Brother machine, yes. 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 All right. I hope you guys are inspired. Yeah, we have one more question. The fabric you can buy from AllBrands. Yeah. Thank you guys. You have a machine that has Design Center on it. Good. Some of you don't. Stay with us because you might find some fun things. How many? That was another machine being adopted.
Yay!
You have what? So, how many of you have used it? Okay, that was a smaller number.
Yes.
Okay, so
That's why you're here.
that's why I'm here. Yeah, they asked me, they said, well, what do you want to do at Houston on the stage? And I went, my design center. Because my name is Coleen, I work for Brother, and Brother lends me out. So I go all over the country and meet all kinds of amazing, wonderful people. But I know you don't use all of the stuff you have on your machine. And one of the things that you don't use much of is My Design Center. And it's probably the most powerful tool in existence. Now, I'm not going to say the word for what it does because it will terrify everybody. So I'm just going to say it'll turn a drawing into an embroidery design. Now, you know there's another word for that, but I'm not using that word because you'd all get up and run.
Yes.
Because you're always in your head, you're comparing it to some other bad word. So we're not going to talk about that word. We're just going to show how to do it. So some of this is going to be pretty, you don't know what word it is. Good. Good for you.
It's gonna bother me all day though.
I'll tell you before we're done.
Okay.
I promise. You remind me. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a couple of different things. The first thing is I'm going to show you how to, what am I going to show you first? Oh yeah. A lot of you have embroidery designs, but you don't know how to quilt them, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you how to do that. Easy as pie. Then I'm going to show you how to turn a recipe from a card onto a recipe on a towel. That makes a super, it's really hard.
Handwritten recipe.
My handwriting.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. You're not typing in the recipe and stitching out.
Yes, I'd like you to
It
sit
is
here for the
going to
next 3.5 hours
Well,
while I
that's why-
type that in. No,
Okay. Thank you.
no, because the recipe only has super value when it's in your own handwriting, right?
Exactly.
Okay, we're together. And then the last thing I'm going to show you, what is the last thing I'm going to show you? What is that? 1, 2, 3. There's something else I have in my head. Oh, I know what it is. See, I don't have a sample up here. That's what's making me crazy. The last thing I'm going to show you is how to that on the inside too, so I'll touch inside. Ta-da! Now I'm going to go to memory. And the machine is going to remember, and it tells me where to go look for it because it knows I need help. So it's worked with me before, trust me. So I'm going to tell it, okay, and I'm going to go to add my design center, stamp pattern, and that flowery thing, and I'll be darned if it isn't right where they said it would be. Who knew? And so what I have is the outline. Shall I quilt around it? This is hard, so please do not blink at any time or you will miss it. I am going to touch the bucket for the fill. I'm going to touch the page. I don't want to fill. I don't want to stipple. I want to quilt. And I like that one in green. Okay, quilt. I know that was difficult, but I'm not going to repeat it because I'm going to do the inside now. Are you ready? The inside's going to be more challenging. So we're going to go to checklist. We're going to go to select. And I'm going to show you the ones that I have in here. There's just 48 of them, so try to please keep track. just the 48 that are included. But did you know that if you change the angle, it looks like it's different? Okay. So we're going to go back up to the top. Custom gives me the ability to put in my own custom ones. If you have PE Design 11, you can make your own background fills. And one of our educators has sets that you can buy too. And I should have brought those up here to the stage. Okay, we're going to do cross hatching in the middle. We're going to touch OK. There it is. We're going to select it. We're going to select it in dark blue because I need you to be able to see it. Okay, now that's really kind of big because I want to print words over it. So, no, they're the little zipper bags. They're right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are awesome. Aren't those just the cutest? Okay, so those are available too. All right, so I want to resize this because it's too big for what I want. So that's okay. I'm just going to go to next. Now I'm done putting out what I want to do. Now I'm just going to fix it. So it's the green leaves and they're kind of small, don't you think? Let's make them bigger. Nope, let's make them bigger. Let's go. I was at 100%. I guess I'll go up to 200% so they'll be really nice and big because I have a big design. So that makes me happy. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to toggle. Oh, look at those. Aren't they big and pretty? I'm going to toggle over now to my fill. And so I'm going to fill that. Now I wanted that littler because I'm going to put letters on top. So I'm going to have to make that guy down to 50%. So I can take that design and I can go down to 50 and up to 200. That's going to fill a lot of squares for you, isn't it? Okay, so I did that. Now, just to show you the angle thing, I'm going to show it to you. I don't like it, but I'll show it to you. I don't like it for what I'm doing today, but it is nice to be able to do that, isn't it? And it was hard, I know. But if you just touch the go back, it'll go back. I'm not lazy, I'm efficient. This one will put an outline around it if you want an outline. This one will distort it. Now, why would I distort it? Because I want it to look just a little bit not perfect. So see how that's a little bit not perfect? It doesn't look like it was machine done. It looks like I was driving it myself and it changes the look. Some people like it. If you don't, you just undo it and make it go away. And this last one moves the center of the design. If you have a quilting design with a center, it'll move it from the center up towards a corner, any corner, but up towards a corner. So that's its purpose. And then this guy tells it stitch it 3 times or 1 time. Well, I want you to be the background, so you're going to be 1 time around. There you go. And set it. And that's my warning. So I usually will save it into memory. And I'll set it. And there she is. Isn't she pretty? Now I can add lettering. And I'm not going to add all the lettering because you certainly know how to do this. But I am going to put in the word made because I want you to see something that you may not know you can do. I am going to set that. And I'm going to go to edit. And I'm going to touch T. And I've decided that's not the font I especially like. I think I might like that one better. Is that one better? Or are you that person? Or are you this person? Because it's for a kid. So see how simply I can see what I'm doing. I'm actually going to go back to that one because it's big and bold. And I'm ready to go. And I'm not going to stitch this because we don't have time to do it. But I wanted you to see how to do it. So here is my finished one. And so you can see that with the little cross hatching that I'm able to get my letters to really, really pop. And you know that if you did that without that, it would look kind of crumply. And see how tidy and neat and wonderful that looks? Thank you, sweetheart. You did good. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I love, 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 love what she can do. Now, here's one of my favorite things to do. This is very hard, so please watch very, very carefully. I'm going to go to my design center. I'm going to put up, when I am in my design center, if I touch the checklist, it's always going to open to the settings for my design center. Okay, so this is the frame. I can change the frame. This is the grid. So I can have a crosshatch. I can have a foregrid. I can have it naked. I can have a 1 inch and I can have a 3 inch. Well, I'm going to choose 1 inch because I want a grid. So I'm going to choose my magic pencil. This comes with a wonderful pen, but if I leave it out, it just wanders away. So I use my finger because it won't wander away. At least not yet. Okay, I wrote my name on the screen. Can you see it? Do you want me to get rid of the cross-hatching? Because I can. Did that help? Okay, now, this is very challenging. Next. It goes to a default for lines, set, embroidery. That's my name. Sign your quilts, folks. Sign your quilts. And I mean sign them. Your own name and your own writing. Yes, ma'am. Does everybody want to see that again? Okay, because I got another thing to show you. Here, no, I'll do it. Here we go, my design center. I put up the grid, but you don't have to do that. I just did it to make it easy. You touch the screen with your finger and you write on the screen. Now, it's just that opening screen. Okay, now if you're not comfortable doing that, you get this. No, you get this too. So this pad is a scan mat, and you can put anything on here that you want. So you could write this on paper with lined paper underneath it so that it's perfect, right? And then you can put it on here and it'll be perfect every time. And then you just save that signature in your file, and you can do all your quilts that way. But see how I signed my quilt? Isn't that fun? Think about that. Oh my goodness gracious. Now this is the recipe. This is my own handwriting, and this is going to be for my kiddos. They all come to my house for Thanksgiving. It's a tradition we started a long time ago. And so they're going to come to my house. So what I would do is I would scan this, and I'm not going to take the time to scan it because you know how that works. It slides it up and down, right? But there it is embroidered out. This is what I always have for the kids when they come. So now they'll have their own recipe. Is that fun? Well, this is a brother machine with this feature. The feature's built into it. So this feature is built into it. So that makes it pretty easy. Now, the next thing I'm going to show you is I'm going to just take some shapes that are in the machine and turn them into an embroidery, because you can do that. And it's just not hard, but I'll show you the finished one before I start. Maybe that'll encourage you. Okay, this is just as hard as the other stuff. Are you ready?
I don't know.
My
brow here.
Yeah, I know. Trying to make it hard for you. My design center. So I just opened it up new so you could see how I start. I'm going to start with the shapes. I'm going to touch up here you have more shapes, and you have more shapes, and you have all kinds of stuff that you can choose from. I'm going to go back to this one, and I'm going to choose the flower, and I'm going to touch OK. Now I am going to copy paste. This is the copy paste icon. And when I copy paste, it offsets it so that I don't forget I've done a copy, because that's easy to do, isn't it? So that's why she offsets it. And then I'm going to size it down. I want it to be smaller. So we're going to go smaller, smaller, smaller. That's good. And now I can pop it into the center because I won't forget, right? So now I'm going to go OK, and I'm going to add the center of the flower. Oh, goodness, that's big. Let's resize that a bit. Size And we'll just go down, and we can do proportionally or not, whichever works easiest for you. Whoops, was busy talking and forgot. There we go. Now, we're going to fill them. We're going to touch the fill bucket and color. And we're just going to choose a standard fill for this first one. It's a yellow flower center. And for the second one, let's just choose a pink flower center. And then for that outer one, oh, I did it the other way around. It's okay. For the outer one, we're going to choose a fun one. Let's see. Oh, roses. That'd be fun. So we'll choose roses in hot pink. Oh, that's kind of cute, isn't it? Now we need to go back because I didn't fill in an outline. So the outlines will just be an empty space. And that's fine because it looks really classy. But for the top one, I'm going to choose. Now it looks like I have 8, right? 8 and then one that says don't stitch it. But if you touch this last one right here with the flowers, and then oh, look, I got 10 more. Didn't know they were there, did you? We hide them from you. So I'm going to choose this one that looks like the center of a flower to me, because it's all wiggly edged. And I'm going to choose it in yellow, and I'm going to touch it. And you're not going to be able to see it yet, but that's cool, right? Now the next one is my pink. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to choose, ooh, candle wicking would be pretty in that pink. Oh, that was a darker pink. Oh, well. And then for my outline, I think I'm just going to go with the satin stitch and the dark pink. Okay, there we are. Now I can add a leaf, or I can do a leaf separately so you can see my leaf trick. I'm going to do my leaf separately so you can see the leaf trick. But this guy right now, when I touch next, again, I have my choices. So now I'm in the choices of the fill. That's the roses. I'm going to make them a little smaller so they show up better. And then angle, I'm going to leave all the rest of that the same just for the sake of speed. But I do like the smaller roses because they pop a little better, don't they? And then the next fill, we're going to leave that the same. We're going to leave the yellow the same. Our outline, that's a satin stitch. This one's our candle wicking. Do we want them closer together, farther apart, bigger, smaller? We can change all of that. So I think I really like the way they are right now. But just for fun, I could make them a little bit bigger. Just because we can. And then we're going to go up here. Oh, I do like that. That's a little more powerful. And here's our yellow. So we're going to choose that fella. And we're going to leave him alone. And we're going to touch set. And I'm going to let it go to embroidery. And there you are. Isn't that pretty? Now these, my colors are reversed because I did that one. But you can see that makes a really pretty design. And I spent a lot of time doing it, didn't I? Well, your friends don't have to know that. They'll just be impressed that you gave them as a gift of this beautiful thing. And they make wonderful, those little bags are the best little gifts ever. Look at these. Everybody, this one's sunglasses. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, one more thing I'm going to show you because this is technical. Are you ready? This terrifies people because they think they want to do it, but it's too scary. So I'm just going to do a great big leaf so you can see it happen. So we're going to choose my design center. We're going to choose the leaf. We're going to make it a gigantic leaf. That's a gigantic leaf, right? And then we're going to touch OK. And I'm going to take my line maker and I'm going to draw a line through the leaf. Not a very good line, but that's okay. You know how to do this the right way, and I'm kind of short for time, so you get the idea, right? Okay, now we're going to fill it, and I'm going to fill it with green, and you're like, well, yeah, duh. So that one I'm going to fill with green, and that one I'm going to fill with green. Now I could choose a different shade of green, but I don't want to have to do that because then I'd have to change thread, right? Watch this trick. I'm going to go on now to next, and I'm going to take it out of auto direction. See how it's showing me the top, and I'm going to touch manual, and I'm going to go to 30 degrees. Now you're going to see in a minute what this does. I'm going to reduce the density just a little bit to make it easier for you to see. Quill comp and all those I don't need underlay. Sometimes you need underlay in a big design. This one doesn't need it. And I'm going to go on to the bottom one. I'm going to do the same exact thing, but I'm going to go to, what did I do the first one at, 30? This one's got to be 60 then. Sorry. I'm kind of brain dead sometimes. Again, I'm going to get rid of that underlay stuff. Now, if I did this right and I set it, I'm going to put it in memory in case I didn't do it right. And I'm going to set it. So if I stand up here, you'll probably be able to see it. And if you can't see it here, you can come and see me at my stations right there. The leaves, the green comes together like at a point. So I've changed the direction. Your human eye is so sophisticated, it reads it as a different color. I have a bunch of examples of that because once I learned that trick at a show. I was teaching this class and I went, oh, look what I can do without changing the thread. And I've been a happy little duck ever since. Because if I use one spool of thread and get all those different colors out of it, it's because y'all have sophisticated human eyes and you can do that. See, you're good. Give yourself a hand. So thank you. I've got to close off so the next person can come up, but I live on the other side of this quilt. So if you want to come see me there, we can answer questions and play. Thank you so much. These are fun, huh? And some people don't even know that program exists. Okay. XJ2. It took the place of the Dream Machine. And they now have an XJ2, meaning if you have an XJ1, you can upgrade it to a 2, and they brought several things in from the XP, from the Luminaire, into the Stellaire. So I can show you all of that. But I'm going to start this first part with sewing to talk about what this machine does. Obviously, you can see the throat, you can see the lighting, you can sew with this embroidery unit on, or you can take it off. You know, we like that. I have a few things to show you that comes with the upgrade. One of them is couching. So there's couching for sewing and there's couching for embroidery. I'll just do the sewing one for now. So you get an arm that you feed your yarn through, and you also get a foot that goes on your move-it foot. So your move-it foot is like your walking foot, only it's on steroids. It's better. So you have either an old walking foot or there's a new one now, which is just a smaller version. They both do the same thing. Does anybody not know what the move-it foot does? You all know? You know it's belt driven. You know it never lets go of your project. It never scooches. Anything you want to sew and have it perfectly matched, this is your tool. So you get a foot that goes on that, the yarn goes through that foot. Okay, so you also get, oh, somebody just bought a new baby. That's what the bell means. Somewhere in here there is a J foot, and I can't find it. I have too many tools up here. This is your couching embroidery foot. And here is your couching sewing foot. Like I said, too many feet. Yep, just dropped one. All right. What I was looking for is the enhanced J foot, N foot. So, you know, N foot for your decorative stitches. So they've got a new one now that has a coating on the bottom of it, so it slips over difficult fabrics easily. So you can use it on anything, but it also will go on tough stuff. And it has these ankle enhancers. So if you're doing decorative stitches and it tends to wobble, it won't do that anymore. So that's part of the upgrade. Cool? Okay. Here's the couching foot for embroidery, where the yarn goes through that little hole there. If you can see that. You see the hole in the foot there? Okay. All right, so that's all of this stuff. Get it out of the way. Couching is new for the Stellaire. Couching on sewing, and you can do couching with embroidery, both. So I have a sample here. Don't pay attention to the embroidery, but look at the lines. That was done in the sewing mode. Make sense? So you can either couch with designs or you can just couch by,
These right here.
yeah, all the lines. Yep. Yep. So you can use yarn, or this is like a really thick thread, any of that kind of stuff. So you can embellish all kinds of stuff. Good. All right, let's see. What else do I want to tell you right off the bat? So this has 760 built-in stitches. Well, if that's not enough for you, you can also design your own stitches and save them to the machine. So you know that we have another brand out there that's very close to ours. We did not give them that ability to design your own stitch. Just saying. Did I say that politically correctly? So you got this 11 inches here. Now, here's something new that they've added to the Stellaire that I love. And I gotta find. Oh, I had it laid out. Okay. You've heard of Sashiko stitches, where it looks like it's hand stitched. Well, guess what? You can do that on here now. So in the bobbin, you have to put a typical bobbin with colored thread or whatever, the sewing bobbin thread. I have no idea why this is caught in the needle. Got it out. So let me put a bobbin in there. It has color in it, so you can see what I'm doing. Oh, by the way, you know how the XP you can just pop off the plate? Guess what? You can do it on the XJ now. So let me show you. You get a new screwdriver with a longer thing, and you just put it, I'm on the bed of the machine, I don't know if they can see this. You put it in here, you rock it off to the right and lift it up. Oh, sorry, rock it to the left and lift it up, and there you go. Took my foot off, it would have been easier. Let me take my foot off. So, there's your plate. You want to clean out all the fuzz in there? No more having to go through all the screws. Nice. So the XJ one will also do this. You just need the new screwdriver because it's different than the XP. Okay. I took the bobbin case out by mistake. Let's put that back in. And then to snap it back on, you literally just fit it in here and snap it down. And it's done. So that's another really, really high-end option at this level of machine. Okay, so I'm changing my bobbin to put a color in there. And I'm putting monofilament thread on the top. That's how you do these sashiko looking stitches. So here's my monofilament thread. There's my end. There it is. And I would usually put this on the standing spool, which comes with the machine, but I will put it in here for now. Seriously. Because you can't see monofilament thread, but it threads the same, even with the needle threader. And thread. Now, under stitches, on the screen, in sewing, you can scroll through your options here on the side. The S is for specialty stitches. S is specialty. So I have couching and I have H is for hand, so it looks like hand stitching. I have a short, a medium, and a long option. I do not get to choose or to size them. They are what they are. Makes sense? Okay. So I have monofilament thread on the top, and I have a color in the bobbin, and I don't have a pedal, so let's just stitch here. It's on slow. So can you see that it is feeding every so many stitches? Okay, let's just be done with this. So you can see on the screen, see how that looks like a hand stitch? So let me do the long one because I don't know about you, but when I hand stitch, they're not that close together. I'm not that good. So let's try. Now, did you notice that when I press the go button, I didn't have to lower my foot? It'll automatically lower. It does that in embroidery now too if you upgrade. Okay, so now we have a longer stitch that definitely looks like on the screen hand stitching. Sashiko stitches built in. Okay, so if you ever want to like really impress somebody and they think, oh, did you hand stitch that? And then you say, no, but I could have. But I didn't. Okay, so that's one of the new really awesome features is the Sashiko stitches. Now, if you want to pass that around, you're welcome to do that. Oh, sorry. That didn't fly very well. Yeah, I don't play baseball. There's a reason. Okie dokie. Now, A lot of the stitches now are 130 stitches are compatible with the Move It foot. So that's more because it used to be very limited. When you had the Move It foot on, it would gray out most of your stitches. But now it does much better. Okay. I want to put a Move It foot on so I can show you. Oh, my monofilament thread is all over. Go away. So I can show you, those of you who don't know what foot does, how good it is. Yes, you have to put the whole piece on because it has its own ankle, and yes, you plug it in the back of the machine. So if you've ever got it on the machine and it's not working, make sure you plug it in. And then there's a switch on the side here that you can turn off the belt or back on. So if you want to sew something without it, but it's on your machine, you can. But for me, it's like even piecing now, I do with that foot on because my pieces turn out perfect. And I love the open toe. Love the open toe. Okay, so now we're going to do thread with help. Took the thread out. I'm going to put it back in. I'm going to sew a seam with stripes. Now, many of you are not garment sewers because you're here at a quilt show. I get it. But it's the same concept. If you want to stitch something and it wants to be perfect, here's what it does. I'm going to take these stripes and I'm going to line them up visually. See stripes? Okay. If you don't line them up, and fabric does stretch, so you got to check one side to the other and make sure they're all lined up. And I'm not going to use a single pin. I'm just going to put it under here, and I'm going to stitch a stitch. Oh, shoot, I had sausage stitches on. I don't want to do that. Let's just do that one. And I'm going to turn those on. So it's going to start with a knot. It's just going to stitch. I didn't do anything to it. You stop with a knot. It's going to raise my needle, raise my foot, cut my thread. Done. And how's your match? On the screen, can you see that? I don't know where he is. There you go. Not a single pin. So here's my thing. I do lots of crazy stuff like costuming, and I'll sew chiffon on velvet. If you've ever sewn chiffon, it just wants to gather. If you've ever sewn velvet, it just wants to fight. I can match it up, put it under there, not a single pin, no problems. Your binding on your quilts, when you get done in the very last corner, there's an extra little fold, not with this foot. So you want to use this thing. If you have it, you want to use it. All right, let's see what else. Tapering is new. Tapering stitches. Oh, by the way, with the Move It foot, if you do minky, anybody ever made anything with minky? Will you do it again? Yeah? Maybe not? Okay. Perfect 4-patch, not a single pin with minky. 2 layers. So this is gold. All right, tapering. Tapering is where you can take stitches and tell it what angle you want it to start with and what angle you want it to end with. So imagine if you give it a 45 on both sides, you can do a perfect box with mitered corners. So let's go to tapering stitches. And I would go to the tapering category, which is right there with the T. And then I'm going to open up my editing abilities when I pick a stitch. Oh, I have to Move It foot on, so I can only do so many. I'll just grab a zigzag and open up tapering. Now I can tell it right there what angle I want it to start with or end with. Here's all my choices. Pretty crazy. So let's say we'll do 45 and say, okay. And then it's going to ask me what I want to do for the end. I'll also do a 45 and it automatically reverses it. And I'm going to either tell it that I will tell it when I want it to stop by pressing the reverse button, Or I can tell it, that's what I'm going to tell it to stop with the reverse button. That's what I'm doing. So I'm going to take a piece of fabric here. And I would, because I'm not that good, I'd have drawn whatever it is I'm going to stitch with the angles, but I just want you to show you what it looks like. So starting with a knot. And now it's going to stitch for as long as I want. And when I get close to where I want it to stop, I'm going to press the reverse button and it's going to go into that 45-degree angle and be done. So here, crazy as it is, I had to play with it. I used a light box and I drew this onto the fabric. I love the look. Like, are you crazy? Uh-huh. And then I did some testing, of course. Here's my test strip. I'll find it. And I wound up choosing these stitches. So you could do something and like when the stem comes into the other stem, you can angle it in. So it's pretty cool. So then I used fabric paints. I enhanced it, obviously. But anyway, you can do that with anything. So you've got all these different designs or stitches. Close this. You can see all the stitches. If I unplug this, you get more choices. And you can make them, yes, it's okay to cancel what I had. I can make them longer, shorter. I can make them, wait, I want a different stitch. Longer, fatter. Oh, it's as fat as it'll go. Narrower. You can play with them. And then ask it to do those angles. So tapering came down from the luminaire and now is in the Stellaire. You can do Stellaire that's either combination or just embroidery. Okay, let's see what else. Decorative stitches. We have so many decorative stitches at our fingertips and we never use them, right? Right, I love it. Yeah. But what if you decided you were going to try to do something with it? This is just a blank dress. And you can do whatever you want with it, with the decorative stitches. So again, it's just one of those fields we don't go into, but if we decide to start playing, then you can go down that rabbit hole and have all the fun you want, right? Because there's all of these categories, including lettering, but you can also embroider. So, and you can do steps, so you can make it go like that. There's no end to what we can do. If the question is, how much do we want to invest in going down a new rabbit hole? And some of us want something new. So that's where we go. All right, let's see. Advanced input, laser guideline. So this does have a built-in laser guideline. And I can show you, oh, sorry. I gotta put those things somewhere else. On the bed of the machine, can you see that? Hang on. Our magic man is going to, there it is. Okay, and you can move it left or right here. So let's say you want to set it at a 1/4 inch and have it at the edge of your fabric. You can do that for your piecing. You can do it 5/8 inch if you're going to do seams for clothing, or you can move it wherever you want or have it centered. And I always said I don't need, that's good. I don't need a line to show me how to sew straight. I can sew straight. But what I've discovered is when you have that, you watch way down here instead of at your needle. It is easier. You can guide it much easier. So you've got your laser guideline built in. This is what I want to show you in the settings screen. Come back and visit. Okay. In the settings screen, under sewing, this is something you may not know. No, it's not under sewing. Hold on. Okay. Hang on. Patience. Why can't I find it? I'm going to write it. It's an automatic put down is what I'm trying to get to. Because right now it's on red, but there's a setting you can turn it into automatic put down, but it doesn't ship with it on. You have to go in your settings and turn it on. then every time you step on the pedal, your foot will lower and go. Okay? And that's, okay, this is driving me nuts. If you see it, color it. Free motion. Here it is. Duh. So, automatic pressure foot lift, auto down, auto up. You can do the scissors to automatically trim if you want. And so I turn those on. Once you turn them on in your settings, it's there. And so you go back in your settings and turn it off if you want to. Okay, and it's the same thing for embroidery now. You go into the settings screen, you turn it on, and it will always stay on for you, which is a nice feature. And we didn't have it unless you were in the very top machine. Now we do, which is great. My custom stitch, I told you about that. Let's go back to in the utility stitches. This is the My Custom Stitch. So this over here, where you can create your own stitch. So there are some brands out there that have a particular candle wicking stitch, and they love that candle wicking stitch. And we have several, but they're not that candle wicking stitch. So you can create it in the screen, literally duplicate what it does, and save it, and now you have it. And any other stitch you want. I used to say, if you wanted a train, you could make a train, and you would have that stitch. And now they have a train in here, so I can't say that anymore. You can have any custom stitch you possibly would want, and save it. You can also combine stitches. So if I go into character and decorative, and I pick a stitch like let's do these leaves, and I decide I'd like more than just one leaf, I can do this plus right up here and add a different leaf, and now it will be a pattern. So I can combine stitches and make my own and save that if it's something that I know I'm going to use again. What else, question-wise, do you have about what this machine does and how it might do it for sewing? It's got the advanced feed dogs. So it's got the diamond cut feed dogs, and it feeds beautifully, which is 90% of what makes a really good stitch. So years ago, we at Brother did not really compare with some of the other models in a really, really good stitch, but we finally caught up there. We were kind of ahead on embroidery, and so now we've caught up on that stuff. So you get a great looking stitch. You can set your stitches to be regular, or we can go down here to quilting, and these are already built in because quilters don't stitch at 2.5. And you can save every stitch in this machine 5 different setting ways, and it'll keep it. So if you like your scant border just this much, you can save that, and it always comes up there when you want it. So awesome. What else? Questions? You do know that when you bring in a stitch, these icons right here are super important. So this one will do like the pivot feature. So it'll always stop with the needle down and the foot raises. Okay. This one will do an automatic knot or reverse, whichever one you want. And this one will cut your threads. So I put those on, the ones I like to use all the time, and I save that stitch that way. So every time that stitch comes up, those are on. That means somebody's taking home a new baby. All right, no more questions on sewing on this machine? Okay, my next session is on embroidery on this machine, but I probably shouldn't start too early, but I can answer questions. Yeah. Yes. No, just some sewing. Right. Yeah, so, and that's really the only upgrade on the sewing side is Sashiko and tapering. And actually more dual feed compatibility for sewing side. But Sashiko's not in the embroidery side. That's an interesting thought. And I know who's here to tell that thought to. Yes, I will. When I get down here, remind me to go find him. Oh. Kohei's not here, right? Kohei? Kohei? Okay. Anyway, I will share that with him. Okay, we've gone through the sewing side of XJ2 and the upgrades for that. Oh, that's better. I feel like I'm screaming at you. So, do we want to start embroidery a little early? Yes. If they're not here early, too bad. Okay, so I need to change the foot. There's a lot to show you in embroidery. Lots of new stuff. So your embroidery foot, it does plug in because you definitely want to be able to have that point for lining things up. And it comes from this foot that's plugged into the back. There we go. So just like the movie foot, if it's not working right, plug it in. Okay, and I'm not doing this, well, I will do this. Always, 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 when you change a foot, tighten it with your screwdriver. Because these things go so fast, it'll loosen. Now, this is another thing that people ask me all the time. How fast do you do your embroidery? I do my embroidery at full speed all the time. And it's fine. All the time. If you want to waste your time, fine. I don't have time to do that. These are actually made to go faster, but they're governed at this 1,050 stitches a minute. And if it's doing something that takes longer, it slows itself down. So you don't have to worry about it. So just bump it up a little bit. Bump it up a little bit. You'll find out. It's fine. Never had an issue. Okay. Where should I start? Embroidery comes with 2 hoops on this machine. It's the regular slide in. So if you have any other hoops, it will work. The difference is these hoops have these stickers on them. See that? The reason for that is that this does not have a camera built into it, does not have a projector built into it, it does not have a scanner built into it. But they have designed this so well that these stickers allow you to do things that seem like you've scanned it. So here's how you do it. You hoop whatever you're going to hoop, and you take a picture of it in the My Snap app, which is free and very easy to use. Take a picture of it, you send it to your machine wirelessly. Your phone and your machine both have to be on the same wireless line. And then you send it to the design center, you go into design center and you bring it up. And guess what? It's on your screen as though you had scanned it. And now you bring in the design that you want to put on there. And you can see it perfectly, how to position it, rotate it, size it, whatever you need to do to it to get it to be perfectly where you want it. Okay, nice and easy to do that. 2 hoops, 5x7, and the 9.5 by 14. That's your biggest hoop on this machine, 9.5 by 14. Okay, we have a new hoop out. That's an option. How many of you have an XJ1 or an XE1? Okay, if you upgrade your machine to a 2, you get this. This is the 7x12. 7x12. My brain just went blank. Magnetic hoop. It's not the big old heavy magnetic hoop. It's the flat hoop, which fits under your foot when your foot's not down. I'm still in sewing. Doesn't do it well in sewing. Yes, yes, yes. Are you happy now? So see, it slips very easily under your foot. So it's a nice thing to have for whatever. If you want to stitch on chiffon or netting, this is great because it holds it and you don't need that stabilizer that you have to wash out or tear out or whatever. bleh. You can just do it as long as it's held solid and you're not doing a super dense design, which you wouldn't be doing on laser net anyway. So, I mean, okay. Some of the things you need to know, the WLAN or the wireless ability is huge on this machine. That's where everything's going. And so for those of us that are not born in that decade, that long decade, it's easy enough to use that we can learn how to do that MySnap app. It's so simple. Okay. The other thing you can do with that is and I'll show you some of these, you can do your own design and take a picture of it and send it over. And now it's a embroidery design and you can do your thing. I do a lot of that with custom quilting. I'll show you some of those. So you can convert a line design. You can do a snowman. Now I'll know what the snowmen are. So that's where you put a sticker in the middle of your design, wherever you want it to go. Or it doesn't have to be in the middle, but that's the most common one. And you put it on your project in your hoop, take a picture of it, send it over to the machine, and it will line up your design exactly where you put that sticker. So again, positioning becomes very easy to do. I don't want to miss things to tell you. Design Database Transfer is another free app where if you don't want to go in the full-blown software and you just want to see a design, what it looks like before you send it to your machine, you can put it in this Design Database Transfer and then transfer it from your computer to your machine. And you get to see it. You can't do any digitizing in it, but it's a transfer ability. Okay. 101 Disney designs built in. No, you don't pay more for Disney's designs. It's just our contract is with Disney, and the other brand does not have that ability. So there's different designs in theirs. A big deal. We have 788 built-in embroidery designs. Not that you're looking for more embroidery designs, because we already have how many? 1 million. But there's some really fun designs in here. So some of them are, if you see that deer jacket or vest right there, it's like a sketch kind of design, and the deer and the welcome, they're actually couched with yarn. And I'll pass around a sample so you can feel how that is. That's definitely new in here. All right, I'm afraid to bend over. All right, here are a few other of the new designs, just some kit stuff. This is actually an applique. I didn't do it as an applique. I just put it on the shirt. It's fun. And I changed the colors. It's actually pink in here, but I need it for a boy. Really cute bunny for Easter. So I want to show you something here that most of you know, but somebody here doesn't know this. I'm going to grab this bunny. Whoops, that's not where it is. Grab this bunny on the screen, and it's only 2 inches by 2 inches. That's bigger than that, right? So if I set this and I go to edit and I go to size, I can size this up 20% bigger or 20% smaller, but it will not change the stitch count. Hello, listen to me. That's 40% different with 2 stitch counts, 2 stitches different. Not a good thing. You must press the button next to it that has stitches in it. See, there's no stitches in this. Touch this one. It's going to ask you, whenever the machine asks you a question, just say, okay, it knows what it's doing. Okay, we might not know, but it does. Now I can size this 200% bigger or 60% smaller, and it will change the stitch count perfectly. So now watch, this bunny's going to get big. Okay. Remember, it was only 2 by 2. Now it's 4.5 by 4, whatever. 200% bigger than it was. And it changed its stitch count. So here's what you need to see. Sorry, there must be a speaker down there. So if you go without stitch recalculation, that's what you get. See, 2 stitches, 40% different. One of them is really dense, crazy dense. If you do it with stitch recalculation, that's what you get. So don't forget that magic button. It's on many of our machines. Okay, some of the new designs. This is just a design that's not made to look like glass. I just added vinyl over the top of it to make it look like a glass jar of candy and put it on a bag. Made a bag out of it. Okay, you got the bunnies. One of the other new features is no sew. Every time I say that, people look at me like, what? What do you mean no sew? So here's a sample. The design is originally looks like this with a butterfly. Okay, then I take the butterfly out and I put a bird in. So no sew means I can take a design and I can alter it in the screen of the machine. No software. This one started with a butterfly. And I had to think about butterflies. Took the butterfly out, added a bunch of flowers. Let me show this to the other people if they want to see it on the screen. Starts there, take it out, and add that. So let me show you how you do it. I have to remember where that design is, and that drives me nuts. I forget. Oh, that's some other, that little kids thing, the dress and the butterflies and the flowers on it. Those are all some of the designs in here too. And that jacket over there, if you turn it around, there's a big butterfly on the back. And then I just took some of the pieces and put it on the front. So some really pretty designs. Oh, I know where it is. It's in here. Well, I'm just going to take something and see if I can make it work. We'll take the candy jar and set it, go into embroidery or to editing, and this is your new icon down here. It's got the stitches with the line through it, meaning take that color out, don't sew it. So I'm going to push that and it brings up all of my colors. Okay, so I want to take the pink out, and all I do is press that and they disappear. That's cool. Okay, and then I don't want the orange, and I take them out and they disappear. So that's how I made the butterfly disappear. It looks like it's checkerboard. I didn't like it. So if you have designs that have the same color in other parts of the design, it's going to take those out too. But there's lots of designs that don't have that, so you can alter them. How many times have you seen a design and said, oh, if only it was this? Now you can do it right on your screen. Okay? And you can do that with any design you bring in from anywhere, not just what's built in. So that's cool. Okay, next, something else that's new is called Matrix. And this is not in the Luminaire, it's only in the E and XJ. So on your embroidery, most of the time people will go into the stitches in embroidery to do matrix. So let me just pick one here. I'll pick that one and I'll set it, and then under edit and the 9 patch, which we've had before, now there's a new 9 patch button right there. And what this does is it fills my hoop with that design. Okay, so now I can make my own embroidered fabric. But that's a lot of stitching. So I'm going to get rid of this and I'll show you a different one. I went in and grabbed an actual design. Okay, turn, delete, go away. I grabbed in here. This is just a little leafy, flowery thing. Okay. Now it's a little too big for what I want to do because I want it to fill my hoop. So I'm going to size it. So what do I press first? Stitches. Change my stitch count. Yes, yes, yes. And then I size it down so I could fit 2 of them side by side, somewhere around there. Then I did matrix with that, and it filled my hoop with a design. You can also spread these apart. Oops, that's bringing together. Like that. And then you can add another one that goes the other way. So I'm bending down again, John. Sorry. These were my, I just took fabric like this. already pretty. And I went ahead and I did some stitching and cut out pieces to make a bag. So you can do your own fabric with this matrix. And there's all kinds of ways you can do that. I did a reverse pattern, mirror image, so that it wasn't so repetitive. So matrix is brand new, and it is only in the XP and the XJ. Something the XP doesn't have. Yep. Okay, out of that. 2-point positioning. This is huge. Bending down. All right. This is part of the couching, and I can pass that around. So this you can put on like a jean jacket or whatever. It's not going to come off. So I'll pass it around so you can see it. And you can see how it's stitched on the back. So you can see why it's so well done. And this is the embroidery designs. Let me go there first. Embroidery. Couching is this new icon here. And it has either designs. So like this is the owl in here somewhere. Or you have lettering. And you have the capitals, you have the lowercase, and you have some numbers and some punctuation. Okay, so pass this around so you can see just how that one looks better. How that stitches. And there is a video in the machine. Let me show you where that is. Under the question mark. If you ever have a question how to do something on your machine, go to the question mark. And then you can ask it different questions here, but you're going to go to the videos and under embroidery, not under embroidery, not my design center. There it is. This is the video on how to do couching, how to set up your yarn, how to feed it through your foot. Every single step is built in for you to do. While you're doing it, you can pause it and check it out and all that kind of stuff. So it's easy to do. Here's the one thing you must remember to do. Leave your yarn with a clear path. Do not let your yarn get hung up. If your yarn gets hung up, it pulls, and now the stitches to tack it down are just nowhere because there's no yarn there. There's just stitches. So make sure that has to be babysat. Okay. All right. Getting out of that. Then 2-point positioning. I'll just do the bunny again. I think he's so cute. So I want to put the bunny on something, whatever, and I didn't hoop it so straight. Okay, who wants to mess with hooping straight? Just hoop it. You know, make sure it's going to fit in the hoop. Put it in here, and I'm going to use 2-point positioning. So I'll show you how to do that. We're going to do that bunny, and I want it on that line, but it's crooked. So say it's over a pocket, and I did it crooked. I'm going to go to embroidery because if I open up edit, what I need is not there. If you're looking for something in particular and it's not on the page you're on, go to the page before that or the page after it and you'll find it. Okay, so I'm going to go to embroidery, open up layout, and now I see this new icon. This is my 2-point positioning. I'm going to go back. Not everybody saw it. Yes, cancel. This icon right here. Okay. Now, what it's going to do is say, where do you want your first point to line up to? So if I'm putting it under a line of something, I would have it line up there. But I'm going to do it on this line down here. So that's where I want my first point. Then I say next. This is where do you want your second point? I want it over there because I'm doing it on a line. Okay, so now it's going to go to the first point, and it's going to, on the bed of the machine, give me a dot. And I move that dot to be on my line that I put up there. Can we zoom in this one? There you go. See the dot? There you go. Now I'm going to say next. Now I'm crooked, so I need to move that up to the line. Too much. The point is, you have this built in now. 2-point positioning. So your XJ1 can do this if you upgrade. XJ2 built in. Nice feature, right? Okay. 2-point positioning. Set, and it's going to see the bunny is crooked now on the screen. We're good at that. I showed you no-sew. Couching letters, I kind of show you that. If you want to see a demo of that, I can definitely do that
over there without a problem. Matrix, I showed you. Auto put down, don't forget to go to your settings and turn that on for embroidery. So if you go to your settings, you go to this icon, that's automatically embroidery, and it is on page 8. So I need to turn it on for this machine. And now when I go to embroider, I don't have to put my foot down first. All I have to do is press go. Nice. Yeah. And it takes a while to get used to that because you're used to this, you know? But it doesn't take long before you realize, oh, I just need to do that. It's kind of like the first machines we had that cut our threads. It's like, I don't need anything to cut my, yeah. Once you have it, you can't go back. Can't go back. Okay. My design center. Let me see what else I have. Oh, snowman. I'm kind of going out of order here, but here's a couple more couching samples. So you just depend on what you do. This was variegated yarn. This was a sparkly yarn. So they're really pretty to enhance whatever you want to do. I showed you the one before with the butterfly and the roses on the vest. Nice and easy. So this is a change purse. One of my other ones. I dropped it somewhere in the way. So don't ask me why you would ever want this as a change purse. Because when you open it up, where does your change go? But it's kind of cute, fun. So it's already embroidered, and I wanted to put an initial on it. There's no way I could tell where to put that initial when it's laying flat. So I lay it flat, I take my snowman, I put it exactly where I want it to be, and then the initial is perfectly placed. So that's the other thing. You put it on a sticky stabilizer in your hoop, and you send the picture over here and ask it to find the snowman, letters right where you want it to be. All right. My design center. It's the same thing with this. I put a snowman in one of the eggs because I want to put a grandkid's name and they put it all over here. That's the easiest way to do it. Okay. All right, my design center. So you can take a picture of any line drawing you want. You can create it yourself. You can use free clip art. Doesn't matter what you pick. And send it to the machine and it will digitize it and stitch it out. So here is my sample. This came from Art Spira. Okay, you all heard of Art Spira now and how you can connect it to your machines and get designs free. And now they've made it, you can also join a thing and you pay for it every month and you get more, but you can still do the free section and just get some stuff. So that came from Art Spira, and then it's stitched out like that. And all I did was send a picture to the machine. Okay. Not showing it. It's okay. All righty. Oh, don't do that to me. I found my test stitches for that other, the taper. So, you know, I picked different stitches and played with them to see what they look like. And then I tried to number them because after a while I was like, what plume is that? So yeah, you're going to have to play to do something new like that. But sometimes you want to do something different. Okay, back to Design Center. I told you I do mostly quilting. I like to do custom things that nobody else does. Nobody else has. I don't need any of it either. So imagine you sent this picture to your design center. And I want to quilt with this picture. Okay? So in the design center, you can choose to have a triple stitch or a single run. We like single runs, right? So make sure you do that. And make sure that when you send it over there, you make it just a single stitch. Otherwise, it's going to be a zigzag. I don't want to quilt with a zigzag. Okay. This right is an applique pattern. but we want to see how I quilted it with the spikes. Right? I love to custom quilt. Now, in the design center, what you can do is you can have a whole hoop full of your quilting design, but I don't want it to quilt over my applique, so I get to erase by seeing it on the screen because I can scan this in, send a picture of this as an image, bring my design on top of the image on my screen, and erase where I don't want it to stitch. So those are bikes. I've done, I didn't bring a sample of this, I've done leaves. You know, so I did a table runner with the leaves for fall. Stars. This is the first one I ever did, and I didn't learn fast enough, but I learned eventually. There's going to be 6 million knots in the back of my quilt because it's not connected. Okay. Well, I picked a fabric that you can't see, thank goodness. But let me show you on the screen for a second so you can see. See all the stars? Because you can't really see it otherwise. Then on this one, I also did, let's see, there's stars on the cracker, firecracker here. And then this is a little soldier boy. On his hat, built into the design center are different builds. So I did the brick pattern on his hat, just erased anything that was left over the hat. He's got stippling on his face. He's got a different meandering pattern on his rifle. Since I'm a garment sewer and a customer, I picked some fabric that was like upholstery fabric almost for his jacket. And I drew the lines on the design center because I could scan it in as an image and see what I was doing. So it's actually quilted his jacket with lines. And then this lapel and his pants are a different built-in design. But all custom quilted. And it's not hard to do, it's fun. Okay, I did not learn yet when I did this one. So I did snowflakes. Well, what else would you stitch or quilt? Are we on the screen again? Nope. Okay, so see the quilting around the blocks are snowflakes. Now, around my designs are all built in to the machine where you can do an embroidery. You can put an outline around it by pressing a button. You can fill with a fill. That's when you quilt. I do all my embroidery, put my pieces together in my blocks, make my sandwich, then I quilt around my embroidery and around the borders. So, there you go. So again, I didn't learn about connecting them all together. Remember, I'm not a quilter. Now I have the bug. So you can see it's around the embroidery and in the other places. It's not where the embroidery is. Okay. So I did finally learn. And I did a word search. And I connected all the words. And I knew my border was only going to be this big, so I just did it the size of my border so I didn't have to mess. And I did 4 versions, meaning these two are different. And then I could 90-degree them, 180-degree them, and have 4 different versions. So there's no repeat that you can see. You know, I don't want it boring. So I did the same thing on this one. I'll show on the screen. The border is the word search. And around all my blocks are the built-in pieces in the design center. So that's this guy. Anything you can imagine, you can create. Anything. So here's my last one. Halloween. This is a applique. Not my last one, my last paper. This is an applique quilt. And I just took the pattern cover and I traced some of the pieces of the quilt because the ones on the quilt are too big. And I made a sheet, sent it over to the machine. And on the screen, you can see that I quilted all of the extra, anything that wasn't around those guys. Oh, on screen. Here we go. So you can see pieces here and there. There's the stack of pumpkins. There's the witch's shoe. You got to kind of look. But there you go. Fun? I know. Yay! And last but not least, we'll go to Christmas. These are all built into the design center, except for the stars. So here's a gnome for Christmas. And the hat is one of the built-in designs. Over here are those stars that I did on the little soldier boy. The nose is a different design. The pom-pom is a different design built into the design center. So you could do an overall pattern, especially because you have your 2-point placement. So you can stitch part of it, rehoop it, line it up to what was stitched already, and start the next one and the next one and the next one. So you could do your quilting in your embroidery machine. I know some of you are long armers, so you're like, why? But I like to do custom. It's just fun. Okay. This was also done in Design Center from scratch. Just a little bit. I brought in a circle and I shaped it more like a pumpkin. I brought in the leaves. I brought in the stem. You can bring in all these shapes and just turn them into anything you want. And so something else. All this is built in. That's one example. If I had time, I'd have tons of them, but I don't have time. Questions? Yes. I guess I don't know what you're talking about. So, okay. We'll go watch it on the screen and I'll see if I know. I don't know if I know. Yeah, right? Okay, XJ2, you know, you can get embroidery only XE2, or you can upgrade your XE1 or your XJ1 to be a 2 and do all these new things. Your tapering, your 2-point positioning, your couching, your matrix, your, I don't know, just, they added some really, really nice things. Okay? If you don't have any further questions, I'll be right over there. Yeah. Two-point positioning is in the upgrade or in the XJ or XE2. So if you have an XE1 or an XJ1, you can get the upgrade and it'll do the 2-point positioning. Oh, an XP? So you have a luminaire. You don't need the 2-point positioning. No, I'll show you what else you can use. Oh, girl, you've got more. You've got a projector, you've got a scanner, you've got a camera, you've got everything. So they're bringing some of those things in here to help you easier, make it easier. That's all I got. All right. So this is Stellaire. Who's up next?
There we go. Testing. Ooh, a little loud. I'm loud on my own. I do not need this. Is that better? Okay. I probably should have done this back there. There we go. Alrighty, guys. If you are not in the AllBrands booth yet, we are about to do a ScanNCut demo, and we're having more fun than everybody else. You heard that? We're having more fun than everybody else in this room. All right, guys. I'm going to get set up. We're going to start in just a minute. Oh, I was like, why did they turn this fancy? I love it. What did I grab? Perfect. Alrighty, are we having fun today at Houston Quilt Festival? I'm sorry, it is late in the day. It is not that early. Are we having fun at Houston Quilt Festival? Woo! All right, guys. If you don't know me, hello, my name is Courtney Douthat. I am a ScanNCut. Oh, hey, honey. I am a ScanNCut nerd, and the first step is admitting it. So, a lot of times I will get the question of Courtney, what is the difference between a ScanNCut, a silhouette, and a Cricut? They're very similar. However, a ScanNCut is like those, but on steroids, because there is additional things that you can do. And I feel like a lot of people don't know those additional things. So, a ScanNCut can do up to a 3mm thickness. So think a puffy foam, thin balsam wood, acrylic, anything like that you can do on your ScanNCut. It's beautiful. So the number one feature that I love to show on a ScanNCut is the fact that it can cut. It can cut material. So if I wanted to cut out a quilt block, I can easily cut out a quilt block. Now, the beautiful thing about her is she can not only cut out your quilt block, she could draw your seam allowance. You can add a seam allowance to anything you scan in. So there's multiple ways to get things into your machine. You can send it wirelessly because she is a wireless machine. You can go through the USB. No, it's on the side. A USB. Or, again, you can scan anything in. So say I wanted to scan in this right here. All I did was print it out on regular computer paper, and I can scan it into my machine. Wait, girl. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and load her in. Yeah. Now I can scan. Okay. I can direct cut. Courtney, when would I want to direct cut? What is that? Well, say I had this material right here with all the little mustaches. You notice I've cut a few of them out. Courtney, why did you cut them out? Because I could. And it's fun. But I use this feature a lot to fussy cut. I don't want to have to put my scissors in there to fussy cut anything out. If I have a quilt collection that maybe I like the border or parts of the panel and I want to make an applique quilt, I put them on my machine, have my machine cut that out for me, and now I can quilt it onto my machine for me. It's so easy to do that. So that's what you would want if you want to direct cut something. That's what you would do. If you scan to data, which means scanning into the machine, I'm going to scan her in. She's automatically going to take whatever image it is and put it as a cut file. Courtney, when would that be handy? My sister calls me the night before my niece's birthday. He's laughing. This is my husband. The night before my niece's birthday and says, oh, well, we forgot to make a banner. And I was like, okay, what do you want it to say? Happy birthday, Princess Angela Grace. What? Just like, yeah, just make it. Okay, that's fine. I go and find a little crown, 2-inch crowns. Find it, scan it in, cut them out. I take the designs in the machine and make a beautiful banner. As soon as we're done with that, oh, you know what? She does a smash cake for her first birthday. We should have an additional outfit. Fine. Take that design, cut it out of vinyl instead. Put it on a shirt. She's now got a 1-year-old shirt. Oh, but wouldn't it be cute if we had matching shirts? Fine. Dad, put a crown on it. Mom, put a crown on it. Brother, Princess Protection Program on the back of his shirt with a little crown on there. He's now got shirts. Oh, but we have cupcakes. Wouldn't it be cute if the cupcakes had toppers? No, that's fine. Cardstock, cut the same design out. Oh, but that's cuter than the cake topper. Okay, enlarge it, make a cake topper. Everyone kept asking her where she got her birthday collection from, and I was like, oh, it's a Courtney original. You can't buy that online. Hobby Lobby could never. So it's so easy. There's so many different things that you can do with it. You're only limited by your creativity and maybe Pinterest. Other than that, sky's the limit. So we have our design right here. So if I told it I just wanted the outside to say I was doing an applique, then I could just have the outside. I could say I want the inside and the outside. So if I was doing vinyl or an applique, you could do either. Then I could just have it do that. I'd hit preview. Okay. And now it's automatically asking me, do you want to save it to your machine? Do you want to save it to a USB? Remember, she has a USB port. Or do you want to save it to Brother Canvas? Brother Canvas is Brother's free software. Free software that they give you with the ScanNCut. You do not have to pay for that. That is this screen, but bigger. So if you prefer editing on your computer or on your tablet, they give you that option. There now is also Brother ArtSpira. ArtSpira is a whole lot of fun. And before anyone kills me, yes, it's free, but there is a subscription that for additional features. You don't have to buy that if you don't want to. So I'm going to save to my machine. And just by a show of hands, who's ever used the ScanNCut before? Okay, not bad. Alrighty, so we're gonna go home because no place like home. Retrieve data from our machine because that's where we did. And if you notice, I have been scanning that little shoe quite a lot today. So now I could cut this out of fabric. I could cut this out of anything that I want. So for today, I'm actually going to show you. We're going to take it. I'm going to take a piece of fabric. The only thing about this is I did treat it with Material Magic just because I travel a lot for shows. But Courtney, why are you still using this piece of fabric if it's got a bunch of stuff cut out of it? Because I am frugal at best. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and just put this on my mat. I'm using my fabric mat because we are cutting out fabric. Pretty straightforward. Alrighty, let's see. Okay. I'm going to take out my scanning mat. You can use any of the mats to scan, but I would not put paper on anything that is not a low-tack mat or the scanning mat. Why? Because I will be taking off paper until I'm blue in the face. There's a lady in the back, she's like, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. It's bad. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and load my fabric mat. Now, the beautiful thing about ScanNCut is, remember, we can scan in a design, but we can also select this right here and scan in our mat so I can see in color on my screen what's on my mat. Why would that come in handy? Because I don't want to waste anything. If I'm using a leather or a cord, they get expensive. I'm going to use that to an inch of its life. So I want to see where I can still drag and drop things to be able to really use my material. Alrighty, there we go. I know it's a little hard to see on the, oh, you can see it okay. It puts a red box around it. I'm actually going to group everything on my mat because I forgot to. There we go. Object edit, we're going to wield it together. Now, Courtney, that looks too big. I bet I can flip it a little bit. That's fine. You know what? I'm going to actually shrink her down a little bit. That way she can fit in there. And I could rotate her. You know what? I'm just going to be difficult and rotate her too, just because I can. All right, there she goes. Okay. Okay again. Okay again. And for this one, you usually would use fabric scissors, everything else. Okay, Courtney, what blade do I use? I'm cutting out, and you guys have to answer this. Pop quiz. You didn't think there was going to be a pop quiz. All right, if I'm cutting out paper, what blade am I using? Am I using my black or my tan? I'm sorry, what? The black one. If I'm cutting out an applique, which one am I using? Tan. You guys are pros already. Guys, hire them. They're good. All righty. Now, just to throw a curveball, brother did come out with this blade. This is my personal favorite blade. Don't tell the other ones. This is the rotary blade. The rotary blade was made for silks and chiffons. I can't tell you the last time I cut a silk or a chiffon, but what I personally use it for is wool, felt, things that don't have a tight weave to it. I prefer this blade because she's like, yes. I prefer this blade. Now, this blade will come around and cut. Does a beautiful job. This one hops. It's gonna hop trying to find you that best possible cut. I know. It's so good. It does take a few seconds longer, but I will wait a few seconds for a nice crisp cut. Yes, it does it. It does it better, in my opinion. So I'm gonna actually use this one. The beautiful thing about it, these slots in the back. If I put my drawing tool in there and I told it to cut, it'd go, whoa, hold on, and vice versa. So it does take a little bit of that user error out of it. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop my blade in there. If you ever feel any resistance with your blade, make sure that you don't have anything crazy in there. I know a few times when I've done things that should probably have gone in my machine. Why are you laughing? Then there was something, a little bit of debris. So we're gonna go ahead and hit OK. OK again. Please select, and we want to cut. All righty. Now, there is a thing called a test cut. That's nice for it. Let's go ahead and start. Previous models before AutoBlade, I used to test cut a lot. I trust my AutoBlade. I'm going to go ahead and let it run. Now, the great thing is since she is a brother machine, she will read a PES format. Wait, that sounds familiar. That is the embroidery format. So you can cut out your appliques or anything like that. And it is so much easier. For my son, I made him a Christmas shirt. So I had trains, had Santa, the elves, all of that. And there's itsy little pieces. And of course, I'm looking around wondering who in the world do they think is going to cut these pieces out? Come to find out it was me. I put it in my machine. I put different fabrics, scanned it in so I could see exactly where the fabrics were, drag and drop them to where I want them on which particular fabrics. Bring my mat over to my embroidery machine. I pop them on there when it's time. It's beautiful. So much easier. Does he appreciate it? No, he's 3. It was like a dream. And that's as far as that went. She's doing good. She's hopping around, just having time of her little life. All right. Now, another thing with scanning, so say I wanted to keep using this material right here where we cut out Stephen the Bull. Yes, I named him. Stephen the Bull, I can keep using that because, again, material is expensive. I'm going to cut costs where I can. And that's why I keep every little thing. Now, she is a drawing machine, so I don't know if you'll be able to see it better there. I had her draw out my seam allowance. Automatically, there's 140 built-in quilt blocks in your machine. She automatically has seam allowance on there. But if I wanted to bring, say I brought Stephen the Bull in, I could add a seam allowance to Stephen if I want to. My coworker Stephen's probably like, what is she doing? So not only can I do that, because she has an auto blade. So if you have a 225, 230, 325, and 330, those were all auto blades. Before that, so a 650, a 550, a 350, those were not auto blades. So you had numbers on your blades. I know you're done. And you had to set them and set your pressure, and it was kind of a bit much. Auto blade completely took that away. It also added the feature of half cut. So when you're doing vinyl, tell it half cut, it will only cut through half that material because, you know, vinyl is 2 parts. So now, say this was my son's Alex's name, I would have had to knock my mic off. I would have had to individually keep moving those letters. They would have been misaligned. Which one? My headband. There we go. It would have been misaligned, and that would have been a nightmare. This keeps it all together. All right, are y'all ready? Can y'all see better here or here? You know what? Let's do it here. That way, there is no tricks. I can't hide. We're live. But wait, there's more. I think. Oh, there it is. I wish I would have brought my clicker tool up here. I didn't think about it. All right, and everyone goes, ooh, ah. A little bit louder, guys. Wow. I can't believe she did that. No, that was a bit much. I don't have to do that one. And I can also do that one. So think, if I wanted to make that into an applique, super easy. Now, all of the brother wireless embroidery machines can go ahead and send a design straight to your ScanNCut. However, if you have a Luminaire or a Stellaire machine, she can talk back and make stitches. And that's what Cindy Hogan will be doing later with My Connection. So if you have not seen that happen, it's pretty cool. But again, that's a Luminaire or Stellaire embroidery machine. It's something about firmware that it's able to do that. All right. So I love to leave a few any questions that we have. Yes. That's a great question. So you can do, I'm a visual person, so I like to show them. 12 inches by 12 inches is what comes with your machine. However, there is 12 inches by 24 that you can get also. It doesn't come with your machine. You get them separately. That is currently available in all the mats except the fabric mats. If brother is listening, because I know they're here, why? Because I love that mat. The fabric mat is my favorite. So there's a scanning mat, a low tack mat, a standard mat, and then a fabric mat. So 12 by 24 are available unless you get the roll feeder. It connects into the front of your machine and it lets you cut up to 6 feet of continuous vinyl. I know it's fun. I usually bring my giant thing that I roll out and it's really fun, but I don't know what I do with it. Now, this is where Courtney gets to have a little fun. Do any of you watch our YouTube channel? Oh gosh, a lot of you. Okay, awesome. So a few things that we've made on there. Our Santa treat board that we made, where I actually brought in a design. I edited it, moved it around. Before I brought this in, these candy canes did not exist. I added them on, I turned them around and cut them out. I added our family name at the bottom because believe it or not, Douthat is not a common name, I found out. So I went ahead and added our name. So every Christmas, this is where the kids put milk and cookies and or treat for the reindeer. All right, and we've done that on the show. One of the latest things we did was we custom made stencils with stencil paper, and then we made a doormat, and we custom made it, and we did that on the show as well. So that show is called AllBrands After Hours. It comes on every Saturday at 6. Sometimes I go live, sometimes it's a pre-record. Every time we reach another 1,000 on YouTube, I go live. And they were this close to getting 15,000. So I appreciate anyone that has subscribed. And I'm sorry if you haven't because you've missed out on a lot of fun. So any other questions? Questions. I love questions. Yes, ma'am. Congratulations. No. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So you're going to scan that in. Now, print out on your embroidery machine. You mean stitch out on your embroidery machine? Okay. Do you have a Luminaire or a Stellaire? It still wouldn't turn it into stitches unless it was a Luminaire or a Stellaire, unless you have an outside software. Yep. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I only want to tell you the fun, positive things. Yes, ma'am. Oh, hey. Yes, ma'am. So I personally like to draw my seam allowance first because cutting means that the fabric has been messed with and there might have been a bit of shifting. So the drawing is a little bit softer in my opinion. So I like to draw first and then I cut. So a lot of times I will make gift tags for my kids for their class and I'll have it draw like from Alex to, the Tiger class is what his class is. And then I'll have it cut out the tag for me. Yeah, I usually draw first, cut later. But it's personal preference. It's up to you. I do them on tags. So there's actually tags built into the machine. No, when I'm serious, when you go home, click around in your machine, there's so much. There's actual little gift tags already built into the machine. It's awesome. I love it. So, yes. I like Material Magic personally. Now, if you're doing an applique, a lot of times you're putting a Wonder under a hot heat and bond light or something like that on it. So pre-treat it before you put it on your mat. Might as well take that step out. The blades last depending on what you're doing. So if I'm cutting out balsa wood, well, it's going to go faster than if I'm just cutting out vinyl. If I'm doing, again, something I shouldn't be doing on my machine, it's going to wear it out a little longer. You're going to know when it's starting to wear out because you're going to realize, wait, I'm not getting that crisp cut like I used to. So what I usually say to do, oh, we're live today, huh? No, it's fine. Courtney, not brother. Unscrew it. They sell the blade separately. Take the spatula tool that comes with your machine. Don't lose the spatula that comes with your machine. There's a foam bit on the back of it. Stick that into the blade. Pull the blade out. Throw the blade away. Put a new one in there. They're like $19.99. If your holder's fine, you don't need to buy another holder. That's, again, another $19.99. The blade and the holder that come with your machine, there's a blade in there. The one you buy separately, there is no blade in there. So if your holder's fine, just switch it out and just put, from the one thing for the blade. Oh, $19.99. Yeah. And there's 20% off at the show. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can cut loose. It's beautiful. With that, I would use your rotary blade. It does it beautifully. That's, again, this is my specialty blade. When it's a material that's kind of finicky, doesn't have a very close weave to it, I jump to this one. It's fabulous. It looks like just a rotary cutter. According to a man that walked by the other day, it looks like a pizza cutter. I was like, sir, you're hungry. So yes, questions. That is a light blue blade. That is a great question. So there are additional kits that you can get. And I always tell people when you're first using your machine, click around, figure out what's in your machine. And then there are additional kits. If you want the foiling kit to add foiling to your Christmas cards, don't forget me to remind me to order Christmas cards. You can do that, but you don't have to yet. So that's something that you can do later. There's embossing, there's rhinestones, there's the vinyl kit. Can the black blade do vinyl? Yes. Does the vinyl blade do it better? Yes. There are 2 different vinyl kits. One comes with a mouse, one does not. If anyone doesn't know, that means Disney. Someone was like, mouse? I was like, yeah, the mouse in your house. And they were like, what? Disney. Disney. I do because I have it. So this one came out before this one. So I kind of stick to her. Is it overkill sometimes? Yeah, but so am I. So I usually stick to her just as my go-to. They consider this, again, fabric scissors, everything else. So I do prefer this one. This is my favorite. You're not supposed to have favorites. I have a favorite. Yeah. So questions. I love questions. It's a beautiful thing about being in person. So I will be here all week in the ScanNCut area, also in the Printmoda. If you have not seen the Brother Printmoda, which is the Brother's new fabric printer, I highly recommend it. It is a lot of fun. Again, my name is Courtney Douthat. I do a show called AllBrands After Hours. Why do we call it AllBrands After Hours? Because if the owner of AllBrands sees something he does not like that I said, well, sir, you can't get mad at me. It was after hours. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Testing, testing, testing. Oh, there we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. How's my sound? Am I loud? Do I need to yell, whisper? Okay. Good. So my name is Alexis. I'm a brother educator, and I just want to show you all one of my favorite machines. Okay, I have a ton of them, but this one is probably by far my favorite. Who has this machine? You have it. You have it. Who wants this machine? All right. So I can get you all in machines today, for sure. All right. So let's start off with a couple of things that come with it. So once you open your box, what can you expect? You can expect to get an 8x14 hoop. That's huge. This table that comes with it is great for quilting. You also, oh, we have a couple more hoops that come with it down here. So no, the table is going to hold it. So if you have a heavy quilt or maybe a Carhartt jacket that you want to lay out, it will hold it and take the pressure off of the arm. That'll work too, but the table comes with it. We have there's also a 5x7. This one is a 4x4. Am I okay with this? And this one is a 2.4 by 1.6. And I love using this for like socks or I've even done it for a cap back before. So something small. And the table, since you mentioned it, it just literally slides and you can hold it down like that. The only time you really would need to take it off is when we're going to do like a hat hoop, or you're going to stitch a hat, and I will show you all that at the end. Anybody have the hat frame? I know sometimes if you have, yeah, so I'll show you all how to use that in just a little bit. So let's go with some of our features of the machine. Who has used My Design Center? All right, good. So we can just make a stamp. Let's see, I have a couple favorites. I like this one because I can show two things in one. So I'm going to select the flower. I'm going to select the flower and keep it selected. Touch set. And I'm going to resize it because the size that it is right now, it's pretty big for quilting behind it. So I'm going to resize it. And this button right here is worth its weight in gold because it's a stitch recalculation button. So as you make the stitches smaller, as you make the design smaller, it's going to recalculate your stitches so that you don't have that super dense stitch out when you're done. So you're going to start making it smaller. I typically go down as far as it'll go, or that size. You're going to touch OK. Go for it.
Resize it automatically. Stitch count. You have to push the button.
If you push that button, it will resize the stitches automatically. If you do it without it, it's not going to. It's going to resize it on the screen, but it's not going to recalculate the stitches. So I'm going to make this into a stamp so that we can stitch around it we can quilt around it. There's a little button right here with is an icon with a flower. And all I want to do is just make the distance around it a little bigger. But I don't want to close off this area because I want it to have stitches filled in there. Then we're going to save it to memory. The lovely part about all brother machines, it's going to tell you what it's going to do, where to go, and how to find what you've just done. It's telling me in My Design Center, there's going to be an icon that looks just like this. Touch OK. Let's go to add, because now we have to add it back in. Inside of My Design Center, we're going to find either one is fine. Let's see, which one do you want to do first? Let's find that stamp. Same thing that we just used. Touch that one. Okay. Now we have to fill in our stitches behind it. So we'll go to our fills category. Select. We get to go through and let's see how many do we have. Looks like we have about 36 of them. Pick a random one. That. Actually, I want to show one that is more. Let's pick the bricks. Touch OK. And then once we're done there, we're going to go OK one more time. Now this
is going to allow us to fill in everything. It's a bucket. So we're filling it in with our bucket. So you're going to touch wherever you want this stitch to fill in. And then we have it. Next, we can choose our density. We can choose the size of these bricks. We can distort them, our thickness, all of that. So let's make them a little bigger. And then also I want to offset them just a little bit. So we'll make it about a 45-degree angle. You can see it turned. So now you can quilt and have one side of the quilt angled 45 degrees one way, the other side 45 degrees the other way. And the beauty of it, if you see that one up there, that's the exact same thing. We just use a different fill behind it, the black and white flower. You see it right there at the top, above the shirt. All right, so now we're going to return. And that was all for that. So I want to go back home and I want to show you all how easy it is. Have you all ever had a situation where you were stitching and maybe you unhooked it, or maybe something bumped your machine and you were not able to pick up right where you left off? Anyone ever had that situation? So let me show you exactly what you would do. You could scan your design, or you can, or if we want to add in a name, we would, okay. And then I'm going to touch set. So that's the name that I would add in there. I'm going to use my camera scan. And it tells me the frame will move. So I'm going to move my hand out of the way. And it's going to scan all the way around your frame. Now, this is kind of red on red, so you might not be able to see it. But let me make sure I change the color of the font. Let's use yellow. Yellow is going to make it a little more brighter. We're going to touch OK. I can either touch it on the screen and move it over. I can use my directional arrow keys. Yes. You've never touched the screen and moved it?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
She's never going to class.
And there's, well, we don't have it here, but there's a trusty stylus. You can move it around with that. So pretty much everything on here, it makes it easier. If you just use that stylus, you can pull it over. And then if you need more of a precise location, you can use your directional keys. You can speed them up and slow them down also. So we're going to move that over, and that's what you're going to do when you get home. So then we're going to rotate it. And I can literally put that right in the top of there. Is that showing well on the screen? All right, and then I would stitch that out. And last night, the demo that I had a bunch of different frames, and I could put a different name in each frame. So if I wanted to put a name up top, or another icon down at the bottom, I can do that. How are we looking for time? So, do we have any questions before I move on to the hat cooking?
So I was going to tell you that I had this other 6 needle, and I had 8 lines in it, and I had 8 inks, and I didn't get the eye out, and I had to take it out. And so when I got my new machine, I put it in there, and I was able to put the eye out in there.
Yes. I should actually use that for a demo this week. I might do that. That would be perfect. So showing how, let's say you misspelled something, or I've been doing logos or left chest placements or something for people, and I left off the name, but I wanted it to look just like the other ones that I stitched out. And just like you said, I lined it up with the camera and I was able to stitch it.
What models come with the camera?
Can I get to that question afterwards? Okay, I mean that answer. Let's see where else. All right, so let's go into a couple more accessories, and then that'll lead us into the hat. So a couple of my fun accessories that I have here with us will be, this is the sleeve hoop, so you can use it on a sleeve or on a pant leg. I haven't stitched anything yet because I haven't decided. This is like a boy-sized pair of sweats. But you can stitch down the side here. Okay, I'm going to do that at some point while we're here. So come back by and check me out in the booth as soon as I figure out what I want to put on it. I'm open for suggestions. Yes. I'm sorry. We do have a couple of magnetic hoops. I can show you them right now. So these are accessories. They do not come with a machine. You guys are good. So this one comes with it, and let's just, for the sake of the demo, because I don't know about you all, but I'm visual and I like to actually see things happen. Y'all feel the same way? So easily, we just unscrew your A-arm, and these magnetic hoops are going to go on their own arm. So they have their own little chassis. Don't worry about this. I'll take this off. I find it's easier if you just put this part on by itself first. And all you do is set it in the same holes that you would do for your A-arm and attach your screws. Simple, right? All right, so I took it back home because I wanted to give myself room to slide this in here. So I'm just going to slide it on the side here. We wouldn't have that noise regulated just with the cardboard. And then we clamp it in there. These are very easy to manipulate, take on and off. It just squeezes right here. So it is a very strong magnet, but you don't have to worry about them clamping down on you because you clamp them there to the hoop. So you put your project in there. And I also want to show you how much room we have behind it. This comes in a 4x4 and a 5x7. And watch this. So if I had like a large bag, I could keep putting it in there, stitching, rolling it up, rolling it up. Let's say I wanted to get to the bottom of the bag, I could do it from that end. Or if I wanted to just keep going, stitching something on it. Okay. So that's very handy. I almost never take those off of my machine, especially when I'm doing left chest placements or something like that. When would I use these? So once I put my project in, once I hoop it, yeah, I mean, we're hooped. Just that easily. So there's good point. There's no, you don't have to use any sticky stabilizer. You use your regular stabilizer. So this was already stitched together. But I would have put my stabilizer in and then my project, my blank, whatever it is on top of it, and then clamp it down. It's easy. And if any of you all want to feel how easy it is to just clamp off there. So you're going to squeeze this one. Squeeze that together. And then go. There you go.
Do you have that here at the show?
Absolutely. I have it in 2 sizes. All right, so let's go with the hat. Does it come with a machine? No, it does not come with a machine. Now, this is the kit. You want to make sure if this is going to be your first one, you want to make sure you purchase the kit. And then once you have the kit, this part right here, you can use for your 5x7 one also. So you would just slide the 5x7 hoop like that onto this one. So you only need one of these, 2 of these. The bundle, yes. So purchasing today, you do get that. And I did mention the sleeve hoop. you want to use the B arm with that. So you know, when you buy the machine, you have two arms, your A arm and your B arm, and the way you'll know, there's a little B right here. So we try to label everything so that there's no guesswork. All right, so I'm going to turn. Before I turn, I'm going to attach my hat driver. So there's a little black piece that typically goes here. Make sure that part is not on when you are setting it up. Slide it on. And there's some grooves that you want to line up back here. I did that side blind because I do this often, but there's a hole here and then there's like a little slit. That way you can put your screws in the top, and then underneath there are larger screws. Rule of thumb, we don't remove our large screws, okay? We keep those in, and then that way it makes it easier to slide it through the groove that's at the bottom. All right, so I'm going to attach the top ones first, and I usually just take it, lift it, and screw in the bottom. Pretty sure I got it. Okay. Now, that's it. I might need a little help. Just turn it. Either you can turn it enough for me to get here, or I can walk on the other side. Can you all see? Oh, you can't really see. I'll talk through it, but did my cap fall? I think I lost my cap. There we go. Thank you. Oh, I had another one because it had my stabilizer in it. Okay, I'll use this. I had another one that had stabilizer in it. All right, it's okay. So we are going to allow this to double as our stabilizer for the sake of the show. So your stabilizer would slide right underneath this groove, and it lays flat. And then there's little perforated edges here that you're going to run your thumb against, and that holds it into place. All right, that holds it there into place. Now this is where the magic happens. We grab our hat and your plastic hooping cart, and then you take your sweat guard and you pull it out. Make sure you pull it. Don't stick your hat together with this in there. If you've done it, I'll know, because I'll see the look on your face. Because I've done it. All right. So the middle of your hat is a cheat sheet, because there's a groove right here on the top of your hooping, the plastic hooping cart, and you want to line that up right with where your brim meets the crown or the top part of your hat. I'll try to get it. I might get it and show you all. Okay. So do you see that, where I'm letting this groove sit right, letting the teeth sit right in the groove? So without letting it go to the side here, and you're going to pull your sweat guard out, and it kind of holds it. You're going to do that on both sides. Now there's a little locking mechanism that is on the hooping station, and you're going to turn it to lock. The way you'll know it's locked, there's a lock icon, and then there's an unlocked icon. So there's literally like a lock, it's open or closed. You want to make sure it's going to be locked when you're hooping it on here. You can take the hoop, you can take the back of this off. All right. So you don't want to overstretch this. You don't want to pull this. It's plastic. It could pop. So just take it, and I usually just let it slide down in there, and don't pay attention to my stabilizer. Like I said, it's not the right one, so it's going to move. But typically when you use the right tearaway, it'll stay. This is a ratcheting system. So as I push it down, you'll hear it. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and get close. You hear it? So you're going to push it down evenly. You're going to make sure that's something. So you're going to just push it down evenly. Once it's down, I have two sections. This on the right and on the left side. It comes with bent clips. You're going to take those bent clips, and they kind of look like these, but they're a little misshapen. And you're going to clip one side here, one side there, and that's going to hold your cap so that it does not move or it does not pucker while you're stitching. Okay. Then to release it off of here, you're going to take your thumb. I usually use the screw as a landmark and pull it off. Put my other fingers here as kind of like counter pressure. Then we head over to the machine. Because of the feet, we have to turn it sideways and then let the top of the hat go right up underneath this groove. And then the same roller balls that are on, I'm at a weird angle. The same roller balls that are on here are going to meet up with the ones here. Pardon me 1 second, and I'm gonna flip it right into place there. Okay? And that is how you hoop it. And then from there, you can go into doing your design for it, pulling up your camera. You can have a little extra time. So it would be nice if I could spell my name right. And then set. And then move it in. So I can use my camera and see it right there. It's going to be projected right there onto the screen. I can move it up, and it's going to move in real time. So therefore, I can find my center placement. If I need to zoom in, I can see it up close. Okay. And then I would start stitching, and then I would have a hat from there. Does anyone have any questions? Why? To use your hat frame on a brother machine? We encourage it. So this is our newest one that we just came out with. It's, in my opinion, it's the best for, like I said, getting closer to the bottom of your caps. It's made for it. So this isn't a foreign one. This is made by Brother for a Brother machine. So I encourage it.
You have to change the needles for hats.
It depends. So it depends on the type of design that you're using, the type of thread. I'm not gonna go all into it. There's a whole science behind it. If you're using metallics, you want to change your thread. If you're using but I'll be doing 2 a day, so come by and see me. This evening I will be demoing the ScanNCut to do a coloring picture that I drew. Don't judge my picture. Yes, and that was another thing I wanted to demo. I will I have to let Cindy come up next, but I will show you how this works. It's so much to get into one time frame, but if are you ready to do that?
I think that's true. I think it's very common. So you do this take
talk nice with each other, which means they have to be on the internet. And if you've ever tried to connect anything to the internet in a convention center, you have been missing out on the fun if you haven't gotten the chance to do that. Because we drop our internet connection like every 2 seconds. It's absolutely totally annoying. But you have to get them both on the same network. That's the first step in this. So I'm Cindy Hogan, for those of you that don't know me, and from the great state of Tennessee. If you ever get a chance to, go travel there. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm from the eastern part of the state, which is the pretty part. Nashville is the fun part. Memphis, nobody needs to go there. I've lived in all 3 parts of the state. I have earned the right to say West Tennessee, nobody needs to go there. Come on. So, I mean, we all have our crosses to bear. That would be mine. I did not, although West Tennessee, we enjoyed our life there, but I would not tell anybody to go live there. It's not the most pleasant place. Where's the saved SSID? So, what I was going to say is that my connection is like having an upgrade to your luminaire. Okay, it only comes in a 325 and a 330D. You can't just buy the My Connection feature separately because the brain of the earlier models don't have it. It is only the 325 and the 330D. What it allows me to do is it allows me to send a file from my ScanNCut over into my design center to turn it into an embroidery pattern. That's the first part of this. It is a brother exclusive. It will not go to a baby lock machine. It is not happening. They don't sell ScanNCut, so they don't get that treat. Since brother's the manufacturer, sometimes we hold things back for ourselves, and that's one of those that we hold back for ourselves. Now, can I talk to another brand with my ScanNCut? Of course, but this is a kind of a seamless item. The other thing that it does for me is on my actual machine. Wow, what are you guys getting to see? On my actual I'm going to hurt this in just a moment. So we're going to try this one more time. And I'm going to put my password in separately this time. There's my save. We're going to say cancel that. And we're going to put in a new password because somehow, evidently, it doesn't like me. Yeah, don't y'all go putting in my password in yours. Now let's try it again. I don't need a ton of people on my hotspot. Now, they may be on me over there. Who knows? But it unleashes a magical button on this machine. And if this doesn't work, that's okay. I've sent some stuff over here this morning that I can basically fake and bake it for you. You'll understand the concept. In your own home, in your own, with your own settings, you will not have near these challenges. I never had challenges. But right here, it's the biggest kind of patootie I've ever kind of experienced. We'll give it another 2 minutes to connect, which it doesn't seem like it's going to. And cry uncle. Okay, so I'm crying uncle, but I can show you everything besides the actual transfer here because I've already got files on here. What this machine does, it allows me to come in here. Can you see my scanning? What have they done? All right, where's the ScanNCut screen? We actually kind of need that. Okay, I got it. I got you. We're good. Can we get closer to the ScanNCut screen? And I'll toggle it back and forth. Yep. Okay, so in your ScanNCut, on the left side of the navigation screen, you go into My Connection. When you are sending something into my design center, you're going to press send. It sends anything that is built into the machine. So any built-in content besides Disney can be transferred. I have to give you that caveat. Disney's not happening. Also not happening, me scanning anything in at this time. We're working on them on that one. But I can come in here and I can pick a pattern. What have I got that I've got? Well, why don't we go in here and pick up the sewing machine. So in here in my hobbies area, there's a sewing machine. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to grab it right there. Now, I don't want it to be two parts. I want it to be all one thing. So I am going to ungroup it first and set it. On my machine, remember, I have amazing editing features directly on a ScanNCut machine. That's one of the things that sets it above any of the others. So we're going to go into our edit menu, and we're going to, everything is selected. You see how I've got red spaces, red squares around everything? That means everything's selected, so that's perfect. We're going to go into Object Edit, and we are going to weld that together so we have one unit, okay? This is going to save me time erasing when I get to my design center. Otherwise, I would have to erase things out if I didn't want the separate parts. If I wanted separate parts, I could have done it, but left it. We're going to go ahead and say okay one more time, and then we would say transfer, and it would transfer it over to technically my machine here, right? Magic of world that we have. We can come over here now and go to our illuminator. Oops, wrong way. Don't get sick on me. Okay, this is rather hard to do by yourself backwards and upside down. All right, my design center. Can y'all see it now? All right, good. And in your stamps and shapes menu, you get a brand new button when you have activated my connection. You touch the little ScanNCut key, and it'll say, mine's saying my machine's not connected to the internet, but yours will give you a little wheel saying connecting and retrieving, okay? Anything that you've sent will still be here unless it's like 20 on down the list. If you've sent 20 items, 21's going to get kicked off. I believe it's about that. Could be fewer, could be more. So you grab the item and you touch OK, and then you begin to create your pattern. Well, what if I want this to be an applique? I'm going to resize this. Let's make it about 4.5 inches. And let's come in here and give it a fill stitch just so you can see. But what I want to be special about this particular sewing machine is I don't want a satin stitch outline. I think I want a blanket stitch. So I can come in here, grab my blanket stitch, pick a color for it. Let's make it green so you can see it. Grab my fill paint bucket and tap that outline. So now, even though you can't tell it, I actually do have a green outline that's going to be a blanket stitch. I'm done with this. I'm ready to move forward. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. Touch next, excuse me. If I want to change anything about this, I can come in and arrow through. So if I wanted this to be a deeper bite, I might change that stitch width a little bit. That'll make it dig down in a little bit deeper. We'll go ahead and say set and just say OK, because it's telling me it's converting it into an embroidery pattern. Now, this is what is magical about this, my connection. If I go into edit and I touch on this little application, everybody gets this one. Okay, doesn't matter whether you have my connection or not. Everybody gets this one. That's the only one you'll see if you don't have my connection on it. But if you have my connection, you get this little magical button right here called Applique Patch for selected colors. Any embroidery design that I have, it does not have to be one that's been made on the machine. It's any embroidery design I have. I can come in and tap that, and I can choose a color that, or multiple colors that I want it to create an applique from. Once I do that, I can touch next. I have a light zigzag, I have a regular satin stitch, and I can turn the outline off. If I turn the outline off, that basically is a raw edge applique. Well, remember I wanted a blanket stitch. I'm gonna show you all of them first. Light zigzag. If I touch that and touch preview, oh, wait a minute, we need outsides and insides. So let's return and let's go outline. Let's do outsides and insides. Okay, so let's change that width. It's telling me my stitches with crisscross, so that's not a good option. Why are you being an ornery little cuss? All right. Size. Recalculate. Let's make it bigger. There we go. Where there's a will, there's a way. All we need is the red. So now let's preview it. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted, right? So now if I wanted to go to next and I wanted it to be that light zigzag stitch, you'll notice that right now it has a green, you won't notice it if my big old body's in front of it. It has a green outline on top of it, and you can't really see that. Which camera will show me that? Okay, there we go. So you see that green is still active. If I don't want it active, I turn on the no soak key. All right. I say, okay, there we go. I have a nice little light zigzag stitch applique, and it does a really sweet job. And that's, no, it's not. Here we go. Somewhere. Don't know where they went. I brought them over here. I have a sample with that on it. I don't know where it went. Thank you. There we go. All right, these are my rotary blade samples, but if you look down here at the leaf, that is that nice little light zigzag stitch that I did. Good catch, by the way. I'm impressed. So I'm going to do undo, and let's go back in and let's look at it with a satin stitch. Actually, let's go back in and look at with, the satin stitch. So applique patch for selected colors, tap it, choose your color again, and touch next. So the next one is your satin stitch. And your satin stitch is really just that regular applique satin stitch that you would want. That is how easy it is to get it. It's just a nice light satin stitch ready to go. You touch next if you do not want that green to stitch. Tap it and touch no sew. Finish it and you're done. But my favorite one, if I'm wanting to do something a little different, is to turn it off and then go to preview. Now you'll notice I have a nice little raw edge applique here. So when I go next this time, I don't turn off that green color. I leave it on. So when I say okay, I get me a little blanket stitch around my applique. You can see that little blanket stitch gone all the way around the whole thing. And that is a nice, easy way to get one directly on the machine without any work. You can use a motif stitch on it. You can use custom motif stitches on it. Instead of the blanket stitch, you could use a chain stitch, any of those. Oh, by the way, my transfer thing came up finally over here. When you are ready for it to cut, this is my tip to you. Always create your applique and then send it back over to the machine. So you have memory, and then you see this little thing called ScanNCut machine. Tap that, and if you're connected to the internet, it will ask you, is it okay to transfer the temporary data? What it's saying is only one thing can float out in space at a time, okay? If you send something over, you're overriding that when you go back over. So if you haven't cut something out, or if you're not done with something over here, you might want to say no. Really, the only issue is when you come over here. So if I've sent something over here like yesterday and I wasn't paying attention and I didn't cut it out, it's not over here any longer. It's floating. It went away. Memory, only one can be floating out there at a time. So what can I do? Let me go ahead and show you some things that we've done. I was going to cut something for you, but I don't know that that's a viable option at this point since I can't transfer back. So I'm going to come down and meander upon in the middle with you guys. Let's see if I can throw everything that I own in the floor first. Let me show you one last trick before I go in front of you. So I showed you one that we made, but let's go look at something that we didn't. So if I go into embroidery and I go into one of my categories, it doesn't have to be a built-in. It could be something on my USB stick. So let's say I want to come into these grapes. And let's say I want this section right here. I'm going to set it. When I go into edit, once again, applique patch for selected colors. That's the magic button that you get. You can choose the colors that you want to turn into an applique. So if I wanted all this purple turned into a solid piece, I can come in and select all of those purples, touch next, Choose which kind of a zigzag you want, whether you want a zigzag, a satin stitch, or a raw edge applique. I'm going to go with a light. Sometimes I increase the density on it just a little bit, just to give it a little bit different look. Preview it. There we go. Touch next. Now, I turned all those colors off, right? But by turning them into an applique as one unit. But what if I want to stitch that dark purple there? I can tap it and take off the no sew, and now I get that color to stitch. It is there. I'm not sure where it is. So now that color will actually stitch. If I wanted this color to stitch, I could turn it on. If I change my mind, turn no sew on. We now also have an option on the Luminaire 3. You have a no sew key. So if you make a change and you don't like that change, you can still go into your no sew key and turn things on and off. So if I wanted to turn that one back on, I could turn it back on. I don't have a problem with that. You do not have to have a Luminaire 3 to do this. You can have a Luminaire 1, you can have a Luminaire 2, you can have a Luminaire 1 upgraded to a 3. It doesn't matter. Any of them will work with it. But it is a brother exclusive. So let me come show you some things that we played with. The nice part is usually, it works seamlessly when you're at home usually. So that is one of the nice things. Okay, so this is a flower out of the ScanNCut that was transferred over to machine. Fill stitch was put in the centers of it, and I turned the outside into an applique. Heat transfer vinyl, by the way. I use a lot of heat transfer vinyl and some things. Same thing here. This is one of the logos that's built into the ScanNCut machine. Both the 330 and the 325 both have this in it. Basically turned it into an applique and put a decorative fill in it. So instead of having it go around just the outside, I had a decorative fill that I inserted in there. What else do I have here? So this is one of the built-in designs on the Luminaire. This was already an applique. Basically, all I did was say memory, transfer to my ScanNCut machine so it would be cut at the exact size. Now, the beauty of the appliques that are created on the machine, the size is perfect. You don't have to add an offset. You don't have to do any of that. The size is absolutely perfect. This one right here is a built-in shape in my design center that we simply turned the birds into an applique and did the rest of it is great basic stitch. The decorative fill in the background is just a decorative fill. This one right here, one of the lace designs out of the ScanNCut. This is one of the logos out of the ScanNCut with just a regular fill stitch on both of them and a triple stitch on the outline for the gather. Y'all are more than welcome to pass these around if you want. I don't care. Built-in shapes on the ScanNCut, sent over, basically done into a little pillow. I have to think what Heather did that one for. This one's one of my favorites, and had we gotten here before Halloween, we would have had that hanging somewhere. Because this is done with a rotary auto blade for felt. Okay, it's double-sided, and all done in the hoop, all done with my connection. The entire thing was done with my connection. So the outline I turned into an applique, and then the fill parts were done in my design center. Let's Ride came out of the machine's alphabet. So this is a fill stitch. The rest of it, we just turned into an applique after turning it into a fill. Gingerbread man, same concept. I don't know if I've got him all my stabilizer off of him. I think I spit on it to get my water soluble going. This is an example of this is a built-in design, and this is the design in its entirety stitched, okay? This is taking that same design and turning it into an applique and turning on and off different parts of it. So those are the things that you can do. No, I do not. I always I transfer over, make my applique because I may want to make it bigger, I may want to make it smaller, or it may adjust the size, it may adjust my shape just slightly. It is going to be more precise if you send it back over after you've created your applique, you'll be much more precise. All right, let's see here. This is not that. So Heather and I were in Vegas together, and we did a little live. We were trying to do a little live for people. These are all built into the ScanNCut machine. Y'all recognize that right there because we just played with that, right? So these were all files that were built in the ScanNCut machine. We sent those over to the Luminaire and turned it into this little thing right here. Just basically, we did that in about 15 minutes. It took us longer to stitch it than it did for us to actually create the project. This is, what is this one? I got a print. Okay. This is one of the logos, and then this is one of the celebration designs. So this is in the holidays and celebrations. Just turned into a fill stitch in my design center. That's easily done. So this one's a little different. This is a scanned sewing machine. These are shapes built into my design center. This is a stamp shape built into my design center. This right here across the top is one of the trims from the ScanNCut. Now this is one of the ways that I found it quite fun to use because that trim was just turned into a little running stitch. I may have used a triple stitch on this one. And then this is one of the decorative fills. On the outside, I have one of my custom decorative fills that I have not released yet. This was a special class, so they're the only people that have gotten this.
How do you get that outline right here? How you're outlining.
Okay, so hold on. When you're doing, oh, it's gone. I'll show you after over at the Luminaire station. Okay, when you're doing your decorative fill, when you get to the second page on the settings, turn your outline on. Okay, so she's talking about this right here, the little shadow. I've set it there's an offset distance. I put an offset distance on it, and then I've turned the outline on so that when my decorative fills travel, they don't trim. That keeps them from trimming. Yes, that is on Stellaire as well. The decorative fills, not custom decorative fills, but regular. This one is probably the most impressive of a built-in. So this butterfly is built into the Luminaire. The pink area, the solid pink area, is about 30,000 stitches. This has been turned into an applique instead. So the whole design was around 58,900 something stitches. I don't remember exactly. But it is no longer that. It's about 30,000 stitches now. So it basically cuts it in half. That is one of my favorite ways to use it. But you can also do, this is one of the built-ins on the ScanNCut, turned into an applique. I'd love to say that this has just happened to get out with the rest of them. It could have been done yet, but that witch is out of Canvas Workspace. I can't fool you on that one. Sorry, not gonna try to. All right, guys, thank you.
On my Connect, how hard is it to connect?
It's not hard at all. There's a little certificate. You know where you go certify your upgrade kits. That's where you do it, and the code is in the ScanNCut itself. So, okay. Yep. So thank you guys so much for coming and sitting and seeing me. I'll see you again tomorrow, maybe. If you have other questions, I will be happy to answer them. And if you guys want me to show you that in just a second, I will. Okay, let me take and put this stuff up, and I will be over there.
Hello, test, test. Hi. Okay, so my name is Emily Thompson, and we're going to be talking about the Serger, which is one of my very favorite sewing machines. And I've tried many machines, but this is one that I use almost daily, and is a miracle worker, especially if you're making any sort of clothes. So you can watch me do live tutorials on both the Brother Sews Facebook and YouTube page, as well as my own, which is lifesewsavory.com. The sew is spelled S-E-W, and you can find me on all social media with that, or come talk to me after this if you have any Serger questions. So I'm just going to go ahead and demo a few of the techniques that are my favorite to use on the Serger. But again, it's primarily when we're talking about making clothes, which is what I will be sort of featuring today. So the first, most basic thing that it does is finishes the seam. So it not only sews your seam, but it's going to completely finish the raw edges as well. So you have some knit fabric or woven fabric, just happens to match the outfit that I'm wearing here today. And you can go ahead and say this was something that you wanted to sew as a piece of your outfit, and you're just going to put it into your machine. And not only is it going to stitch with a double needle stitch, so it's twice as secure as a regular sewing machine stitch, but it's also going to finish that raw edge, so you don't have to worry about fabric fraying or coming undone at any point, whether you're washing it or using it. And I sew a lot for my kids, and they are very hard on their clothes. And when I've sewn with the Serger, I definitely trust that this seam is going to hold no matter what. So then you can open it up, you can press it or take a look at it, and you can see that from the front, it's extremely secure, as well as from the back, it's a fully finished seam. So you can use this for woven fabrics, and it finishes the raw edges. You don't have to, worry about doing another additional stitch. The thing I love it to use it for is for knit fabric, because if you go ahead and you sew a straight stitch on your sewing machine with knit fabric, and then you go to wear it and you pull it, those stitches are just going to pop right open. And you can use a zigzag, but again, it's not going to be quite as secure as this double needle stitch that does on here. So not only does it create a very strong seam on your knit fabric, but it also, again, creates a stretchy seam. So you can pull it, use it, wear it, whether it's leggings or a t-shirt or anything like that. You can go ahead and the fabric retains all of its stretch, and the seam does not break. This is regular thread, it's not stretchy thread, but because of the way that it sews it, it creates a stretchy seam. So you have the ability to completely use all the stretch that's in your fabric for whatever your project is. And again, I'm primarily sewing clothing, but it keeps that stretch in there. So great for even your most simple knit fabric projects. All right, now I'm going to talk about a couple of more specialty stitches and techniques that I use this for. And the first one that I'm going to demonstrate is gathering. So we all gathered on the sewing machine, and if you've made any sort of clothing, you often are gathering for a skirt or ruffle or a top. But with the Serger, you can gather and finish, if you were using a woven fabric, finish that edge in one go through on the machine. So over here, I think we can see, you can go ahead and adjust some of the settings. So this is the differential feed, and that adjusts how fast your machine is feeding the fabric through the machine. So we're going to turn it all the way up to 2, and it has like a little gathering sign on there. And then the stitch length, we're going to turn it up to 4. So that gives us some bigger stitches, and it's going to take bigger bites of the fabric. Now you could just gather right like that, and it would be a looser gather. But if you want to tighten it up, you can actually even adjust the needle threads, and this will create a tighter gather. And because I have tulle, I kind of want it to be a really tight gather. So tighten up the needle threads, adjust the differential feed, adjust the stitch length, and then you just slide your fabric right through the machine, any kind of fabric you want to do, and you're going to create beautiful gathers as well as finish the raw edge of the fabric. So this, I could keep going. You can gather yards and yards of tulle, and it's actually really quick and easy to do so. We'll just slide it off here. And look at that perfect little gathered ruffle that it created on there. So you can go ahead and sew your long piece. Again, if you're using a woven fabric to make a ruffle on a dress, that top edge is now finished. You can go ahead and stitch it to whatever else you needed to stitch it to and not have to worry about that fraying. If you're using a knit fabric or like tool like this, you can also just leave this edge raw, and then you have really simple, easy gathers to go from. And then one thing that I sometimes forget is to put the machine back when you're done gathering, and don't leave those settings up. All right, so the next thing that I wanted to show is, especially when you're making t-shirts with knit fabric, you know, the neckline that's sewn on, we all have that sort of rib neckline. So I've just cut a very bad mock neckline here, and I was just going to show you how easy it is to just stitch the binding right on top of it. So in one sort of stitch. So I like to cut my neck bands about 1 3/4 inches wide, and that then you fold it in half, and we're going to have a neckband that's half of that width. Okay, and so you're going to line up the raw edges on the neckline with the raw edges on the fabric, and then you can sew right down the edge. So when you're sewing a neckband on, you want to stretch it about 10%. And so you can, and if you're using a pattern, you can stretch it on and pin it first. But I like to just sort of stretch it as I sew. And you don't want to pull the t-shirt, the main fabric that you're sewing. You only want to pull the neckband. And again, you want it to stretch it about 10%. If you don't stretch it enough, it's going to stand up like a turtleneck and look really strange. If you stretch it too much, then it's going to create waves or ripples in your garment that you're sewing, and you don't want that either. So you can use the same technique whether you're sewing a neckband, a armband, a bottom band on a sweatshirt. Again, you're going to just stretch it just slightly, and I cut this to look kind of like a neckline so that you can see even around the curves, you're just able to go right around and go on there. So I usually just cut my neckbands longer than I need, not quite this long, but then you can just sew it as you go around, and then you would be able to open it up, give it a good pressing, and you have a perfect neckline for a t-shirt or whatever you're sewing on there. And of course, usually this would be a circle. When I'm sewing a neckband, usually I will sew one shoulder seam and then sew the neckband in a almost complete circle that's not closed, and then sew the second shoulder seam afterwards. It's much easier than sewing your band in a circle because you can stretch it out. Some people will say, oh, it must be in a circle, but if you look at any t-shirt you've bought at a store, the shoulder seam is sewn afterwards. They are not sewn in a complete circle. So it makes it really easy, and you can adjust the band as you're pulling it rather than having to pin it all on ahead of time. All right, so the very last thing that I wanted to show you is 2 ways to do a rolled hem, or you can actually make it like the Ripley like lettuce hem, which is kind of in fashion right now with rib knit fabric. So I have this fabric that's a rib knit, and I'm going to show you a regular rolled hem, and then we're going to stretch this as we sew and create a bit of a lettuce hem, which is really cute, especially if you're making kids' clothes. So the first thing you're going to do for a rolled hem is you're going to remove the left needle. So I'm going to go ahead and clip the left needle thread and use this little tool to unscrew the left needle. Okay, pull that out to the side. Then you're going to adjust, this is the stitch width, how wide that is, and you're going to turn it all the way down to 5, and it has a R by it, demonstrating that it's for a rolled hem. And then over here on the stitch, make sure I get the right thing. The stitch length, you're going to turn it down to a 2. So the R is a little bit too close together. So you're going to go, this is of course what the book recommends, and then you adjust from there depending on your fabric. But we're going to go to a 2 because that's what I tested it on. And then your needle, we don't have a left needle. Your right needle is going to be at 5. and your upper looper is going to be at 5, and your lower looper, because it's actually going to wrap around the fabric, is going to be tight at 7. Okay, so this is, you can use this for both a narrow overlocking, and then you wouldn't adjust this, but you can also remove the finger if you want a really narrow hem or seam. But this is for a rolled hem, which is perfect for finishing not only knit fabrics, but also like light satins, chiffons. You can do that hem at the bottom where it's actually that wrapped in thread design there. So let's sew and see what this looks like. It's going to be a tight, nice seam. Oh, you know what I did? It's not tight, nice seam. So I missed one step. And actually, it's a beautiful, beautiful step on this machine because it's so easy. Okay, so my seam is still pretty fat. I don't know if you can see that. It's too wide. That is not a rolled hem. And I was thinking, what did I miss as I was doing this? But what you need to get rid of is the stitch finger. There's a piece of metal in here that's making that stitch wide because it's holding them out. So on this machine, you can just flick this lever right here and it lowers that piece of metal. And so now it's just going to wrap right around the fabric and not go over that metal finger that was keeping it wide. Okay, so let's try this again. And this should be now my more narrow seam here. I took out the needle. I had it all ready to go. What was I missing? Okay, so I'm feeding this through right now without stretching. Okay, so I'm just making that really narrow hem. If I was sewing, I rehemmed prom dresses or things like that, and I often do this technique on the lining because you're not even seeing it. You just need it finished. It makes for a light hem on there. I'll show you that. But if you want to make that ripple hem effect, which is cute on t-shirt arms or even on the bottom, you can now go ahead and as I sew, I'm going to pull the fabric. Okay, so you can see here, the more you pull it, the more it will ripple. I'm using my left hand to make sure that it's still guiding through a little bit. I don't want it to completely stop sewing, but I want to be able to pull that tightly. And we'll just take this off and take a look. Okay, so you can see here, this is the regular hem that I sewed. So nice and straight, the fabric doesn't ripple. It's a really narrow, nice, tight hem. It still completely finished the edge of the fabric, but it didn't stretch it out. Now here is where I was stretching the fabric, and look at how cute that is. Put it on the end of a sleeve, the bottom of a little t-shirt. It's not only a finish, but it also is a little decorative addition to your fabric. And this, of course, only works with knit because you actually have to stretch it out as you're sewing, but it makes that little ripple on there, which is very cute. And I definitely have seen that in the stores with things. So I would make my daughter a t-shirt with this on the bottom and the edge of the sleeve. All right, so the last thing, those are some of the techniques. The last thing that I wanted to show you is how easy this serger is to thread. So this is the Airflow 3000, which is an air threading serger. If you've seen a serger before, you know when you open up the front panel, it's got a whole bunch of stuff right here that you have to manually thread through. So this machine is beautiful because all you see is this nice plastic, and these channels right here will thread the machine automatically. It also has an automatic needle threader, right needle, left needle, press the lever, we'll thread those right up. But I'm going to show the other part. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the threads. I lift the foot and pull them out. Okay, so now they're out of the machine. To put it in threading mode, you just go ahead and lower this lever right here, and then you're going to turn the hand dial until it locks into place. And you'll know it locks into place because literally you can't move it. So you don't have to line anything up. You just turn it until it absolutely clicks and doesn't move. All right, so then you go ahead and you pull out about 12 to 18 inches of your thread. If I was starting from scratch, I would put it through this guide here. Make sure it was through the tension discs. Make sure your presser foot is up so that it gets nice layer in the tension. And then you're going to go ahead and take about 1.5 to 2 inches and put it in the hole. Okay, and make sure you have extra pulled out so that it is able to go through. And then you just press this little button, and right here, that thread just flew right through the upper looper, and it's ready to go. Go ahead and do the other one. Pull out about 12 to 18 inches. Stick at least an inch, inch and a half in the hole. Press the button, and here it comes right out of the lower looper. Okay, I don't even have to touch those threads now. I don't have to put this under the presser foot. I don't have to pull this one up. I can literally just shut the machine, put it back into sewing mode, close it up, and sew something. It has one thread in it, so it'll be a little bit thinner as I took out the needle, but we can still show you how it's sewing. Did I put this back? Put that back. I put the stitch finger back up so that I have a little bit of a stitch to show you. But you can see right there, just threaded, and it doesn't mess up. I know that with my other serger, I would thread it, I swear, 100% correctly, and you go to sew, and it would break after 2 stitches. And you're like, I did it exactly how I'm supposed to. You literally can't mess this up. If the thread comes out the hole, it's done. You don't have to worry or mess it. You cannot mess it up. So really a huge bonus to this machine with the upgrade, as well as like the stitch finger moves down. You can turn the blade off with a single switch, the needle threader. There's just some fun additional features with this machine. So if you're interested in checking out this serger or the other serger we have over there, please come and talk to me, and I'll be here the next couple days as well if you have more questions. So thank you.
You're interested in patches. I see my two B-backs here. So we're gonna learn how to make patches the easy way and the professional way. It's gonna look just as good as it was made in a patch factory. And I've worked in a patch factory, so I know. I have. I used to make patches and put borders on patches 8 hours a day. So I know patches. And I love patches. Yeah. So, we just about. Okay. Thank you, John. So, I'm Deborah Jones. Anybody here ever see me before? So that's because I'm a dinosaur. I've been around forever. But thank you for coming. And, you know, as I said, I love patches. It's one thing that always puts a smile on my face because when I'm making patches, it's completely stress-free. And why is that? We're not worried about placement. We're not working on a garment. We're not doing anything that gives us stress. We're working on fabric. And so it's really fun, easy. And the cool thing about patches, of course, you know patches are cool, right? So the neat thing about patches is they're so easy to give. I can put a patch in an envelope and mail it to my grandson. He loves that. So, you know, holidays are coming up. You could make patches to put in your greeting cards. So there's a lot of ways to use them. So we love them, and we're going to talk about how to make them iron-on. Even though we also, a lot of our friends and family do not. So they want patches they can just iron on with a household iron, right? So we're going to learn how to do that. So, first of all, we need to talk about the material for patches. Because have you ever tried to make patches with fabric from the fabric store? Not good, right? You've tried it, I can see. Because even if you adhere it to a good backing, it always comes loose, looks wrinkled at some point in its life. It never lasts. So what we have developed is what professionals use. It's got a permanent backing. It is 100% polyester. You can not only embroider on it, you can sublimate on it. So any of you who are into sublimation, I see you are. This is a great way to utilize poly patch twill. This is called poly patch twill. It comes in a package like this down at the AllBrands booth. Well, we're in the AllBrands booth down at the Dime location. This happens to be an assortment called the Brights. And the Brights are really the yummy colors, right? The colors you love because they're eye candy, right? They've got the purple, orange, gold, hot pink, lime green, pastel pink, white, and aqua. So really beautiful. Then there's the Brights. The athletic. That was the Brights. There's the athletic that has your red, white, purple, orange, royal blue, Kelly green, gold, and turquoise. Then, now we call this uniform. I call it animals because I like to do animals, but it's got black, burgundy, tan, green, gray, brown, toast, and navy. So a lot of useful colors in this pack too. So 3 different packs. Now I'm going to pass around some poly patch twill that is naked, and I'm going to pass around some example patches that have been made using poly patch twill. So you can, by the method we're going to talk about here today. So you can see how cool they are. Now, a lot of these, what is a patch anyway? It's really just any embroidery design with a border around it, right? Kind of like an applique. If you've done applique, the way I'm going to show you to make a patch is very, very similar. So I'm going to, can I hand these to you and you can just pass them? Thank you. So really, because when you make patches and you do them the way that we make in a patch factory, we're serging it, okay, on a serger. Well, you can't do easily an inside corner on a serger. Can't be done. But our patches, we want to have that same clean finish that you get on a professionally made patch, and we like inside corners. And we can do it because we're doing it on our embroidery machine. So this is a benefit of doing this in the hoop. So the materials we're going to need, first of all, we said poly patch twill. The next thing we need is heavy duty water soluble. This isn't topping. This is heavy water soluble. It is 80 microns. The water soluble you use as a topping is about 20 microns. So this is 4 times as heavy. And that's what's going to let us get a clean finish on our patch. So what we're going to do is hoop up a piece of heavy water soluble. Then we're going to stitch a placement line, just like you would for an applique. You know how when you make an applique, you stitch this placement line and you either put down a big piece of fabric or you put down a pre-cut shape, right? So in this case, I pre-cut my patch, okay? And I can lay it right here. But what do I have to do before I lay it? I have to spray it. So the way that we made it safe for you to spray in your sewing room, it is in the spray tent. So I would lay this upside down in my spray tent, take my 505 and lightly spray that patch. And I didn't know for the longest time that spray adhesive would not melt my water soluble. But it's not water, it contains no water. So you can come back. Which way does it go? Which way? It goes just like this. Lay that on your stitched placement line. So what stitches next in an applique? Tack down, that's right. So the next thing that happens in a patch design, it tacks it down. So literally, you could use an applique design, couldn't you? So you're going to tack it down and then just stitch whatever happens on the inside of the patch. Like that. Just stitch everything else that comes on. And the very last thing that you're going to stitch is what? The border. Right? What were you going to say? Yeah, cover stitch. Good word for it. It is a satin stitch in this case, but we also have software that'll make a fake mirror stitch if that's of any interest to you. But this is just a normal satin stitch, and when you get finished stitching that satin stitch, this is so perforated that you just punch it out like a paper doll. And it has that nice, clean, finished edge that you're going to want on your professional looking patch, right? So that's in a nutshell, how you're going to create any patch. Now, how do you pre-cut? Any way you want to. And you don't have to pre-cut. I could take a big piece of fabric, do the tack down and trim around it, just like you do on an applique. Or I could print out a pattern, trace around it, and cut it. Or if I really want to get fancy, I could use an electronic cutter, which is what I like to do just because it's fast and accurate. So we've cut it out, we've stitched it. Then we want to make it where we can iron it off. So that's when we're going to apply the patch attach. So we make another product that looks just like your water soluble, but it has a release paper. And that is what you're going to lay down. You're going to just lay down your patch, iron it on with a household iron, just 12 seconds or so. Let it cool completely. And after it's cool, you just, again, just like you tore it out of this, just tear off that patch attach. And I'm going to pass around a couple of samples that have the patch attach on it. Vanna? Is that the first time you've been called Vanna? No, he says. So really, it's just that simple. Does that look easy? You can do it the very first time on your embroidery machines. There's nothing else to it other than the main ingredient, which is the poly patch twill. And there's enough. These pieces are 9 inches wide by 24 inches long. You can do a lot of patches. And because this is so heavy duty, you can do multiples in the same hooping without, and even though you've put that cover stitch on it at the last step, you can still do another one beside it and another one beside it without it punching out till you get ready. So that is the basics of how we make our patches. So before I move on to something else, what questions do you have? The software? Yes, we have a software called Patchmaker, My Patchmaker software. And what it does is, that little lamb chop design that I passed around, or it's a little teddy bear, what it does is you bring up any design, you can say make a border, and it'll make the border to make the patch. You can either make it a rectangle, circle, or you can do it to the shape of what you put in there. And so that's a cool. And it has a faux marrow stitch in it. Right. And so you can choose the type of finishing stitch you want. You can make it a satin, you can make it a marrow stitch. That's going to make it look like a patch that came out of a factory. So, very good question. What other questions do we have? Annie? Yes. They can be sewn down just like they can be ironed down. In fact, if you're going to sew them down, you don't need to apply the patch attach. But a lot of professionally made patches come with the heat seal because you don't know how the end user is going to apply it. So you can sew it, or and when I sew a patch down, I usually use a narrow zigzag, just because it holds down that outer border, it won't let it curl, that sort of thing. So that's a good question. Any other? Yeah.
Any secrets to how to get it on a curved surface like a hat or something?
Oh, you asked a great question. I'll tell you what, within, I guess, 30 days or 45 days, we're going to have a little stand that's curved and a little, very inexpensive handheld iron that's curved to apply it to a cap. So that's coming very, very soon, 30 to 45 days, I would say. Oh, absolutely. I cut most of my patches out of the ScanNCut. So to do that, you're going to just take your your border design, and it's that placement stitch you're using to cut. So take that placement stitch and make it a FNC or a SVG and cut it out. It's going to be just as accurate. And I like that for the more complex shapes. If I'm doing a quickie, let me tell you something else you can do for a quickie. I will just hook a piece of poly patch twill, sew the whole thing without cutting anything. And when I'm finished, cut it out. It's a quickie. It's kind of cheap and it's not as professional looking, but hey, it's still a nice looking patch, especially if your thread color for the border matches the fabric. That makes a nice little quick way. If you're going to a party and you want a little gag gift or something, make a patch of a lounge lizard or something funny like that, just lay it down, stitch it, cut it out. It's perfectly fine. Absolutely. So, any other questions? Well, if you think of one, let me know. But the other thing I want to talk about is my compass. So this is called the embroiderer's compass. And what it's for is to make sure before you start a project that you are choosing an appropriate stabilizer, needle point type and size, and seeing any other tips that I may have for stitching on that fabric. And believe me, this was all based on hard experience. And so it's a two-sided tool, and you just dial the wheel to the fabric you're going to stitch, whether it's socks or denim, terry cloth, fleece, whatever it is, just point that arrow to it. And I'm going to tell you what I have found over to experience to be the best stabilizer. Usually I'll give you, many times I give a couple so that you probably have one in your stash. The needle point is just as important because often as embroiderers, we use a light ballpoint, 7511, for everything we stitch, right? But there are other needle sizes and point types out there for embroidery. So we recommend that you just check your needle because sometimes you want a smaller needle. Sometimes you want a sharp point, especially on woven fabrics. If your quilting cotton's pucker, may not be your design, may not be your stabilizer. It could be that it wants a sharp point needle. For the patches, it is a woven, but I can tell you, you can use either a sharp or a ballpoint for your patches. And either one works fine because it's a forgiving fabric. And some fabrics are more forgiving than others, right? But, you know, sometimes we even get creative with that. You see this sweater coat I'm wearing? Well, this is a very crepey, spongy knit, difficult. And so, you know what backing, and furthermore, it is, you can see right through it, right? So what stabilizer would you choose for this? That's a good suggestion. She said a wash away, which certainly would be worth considering, but I'll tell you what I did. I used a piece of green organza, polyester organza, and I just trimmed it away. And of course, you don't see it through here. It's the same color as my jacket. So there are many solutions to stabilizing and getting a great invisible result. And of course, that's what we always want. You know, people like to do the easy thing a lot of times and use a tearaway for everything. But there's times we need a cutaway, and we need the cutaway that's best for that fabric. For this fabric, it happened to be a organza. You know, so I do recommend, this has been out for many years. We get tons of compliments about it where it has helped people with their projects, and I do recommend it. Uh, we update it periodically over the years for new fabrics, and in fact, uh, moisture wicking technical fabrics are on here because that's something that our guys like to wear, and they're very challenging, right? Oh, aren't you sweet? So what'd you think about these patches, you guys? You think they look professional? You like the material they're made on? Yeah. So it is, trust me on this, because like I said, I've spent many hours in patch making uh, plants for a uniform company. This is the professional material, and as far as I know, it's really unique in the marketplace. So they do have a few down at the AllBrands booth, but if they run out, you can get the patchmaker kit that has the water soluble heavy duty and the patch attached. So you can get all of it down here in the booth, and if they're out of any of it, they will still give you the show discount and ship it to you. So really, really a great way to make a lot of people happy with these fun patches. I mean, I think you can see we've had a lot of fun with them, you know. And this one, look at this one Eileen made for a luggage tag. It's got a patch material front and back. So that gives you a nice finish, right? So we're proud of this product because it is the answer. Simple as that. So I want to thank you all for coming, and I hope to see you down at the booth where we can chat. Thanks, guys.
How did she do that one at the back? Did she rubber first and then put the other material under it and then stitch it on the outside?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not sure exactly how she did it, but you could do them both at the same time. You know, you could cut that one away at the tack down stitch. You could lay it. Well, no, you would have to do it. You'd have to do it secondarily after the embroidery was applied. So you'd have to do the one whole patch without the border first, and then put it back in the hoop and do just the finishing stitch. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Demoing Brothers' new fabric printer, the Printmoda Studio, in just a minute over here. Welcome. Come on over. Brothers' new Printmoda Studio fabric printer.
You okay for me to start?
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah, and I'm here to show you Brothers' new Printmoda Studio fabric printer. This is an awesome printer. It is inkjet ink, and Brother has built it so it has a built-in tray that holds a roll of fabric. There's my roll of fabric right there, 100% cotton. And the cool thing about 100% cotton fabric roll is that you can print up to 3 yards at one time on this printer. You can print a 3-yard piece of fabric with your own fabric that you designed, with your family photos. You can cut out images that you printed for a memory quilt. The sky is the limit with this product. All right, so it loads in really easily. Here's another look at the roll. Again, 100% cotton, non-stretch, woven, specially treated to absorb those inkjet inks. So these are your inks right here. Standard inkjet ink that you would see in any home office printer. And once you print on this, like, can you hear me? Testing. Testing. I'm good? Once you print on this fabric, all you need to do is let it dry for 15 minutes, and then the inks are set and you're ready to sew that into any project you'd like. It loads into the tray, super easy. Slide it in like this. Pull the fabric up so that it meets the notches at the back of the tray. And that's what's going to pull it right into the machine. Load it back in to your printer. And you're ready to go. So the inkjet inks print so beautifully. You get beautiful, bright, vibrant colors going on here. Full color spectrum. And a really soft hand feel on that fabric. If you guys want to come feel these, go ahead, take a feel. The roll is backed. It has a special backing material that allows it to feed through the machine without creating any bumps or wrinkles in your print. And then that peels off right after you're done printing to reveal the soft cotton material, 100% cotton. Images also print out beautiful and crisp. And you can create wall art in seconds. All right, so the printer is designed to work with Brothers Art Spirit app. And that is an app that you can access on your phone or your tablet. It's free to use and to download on Apple or Android devices. So I have it up on my screen right here so you guys can see it nice and easy. Now to connect to the printer, it's as easy as making sure that you're both on the same wireless network. So my phone and the printer are on the same wireless network. I go into my machine settings, register my creative printer. And there it is right there, 232, and I'm connected and ready to print. Easy as that. Now we have lots of different templates available to us in the app. So we can look at all these templates, lots of fun stuff to browse through. When you find one you like, you select it, select create, and now you can tap to swap for your own photos there. So I'm going to swap that photo out. I'm going to zoom in on it to get rid of that white. And I have a project ready to print and to use. Now, if you'd like to create your own fabric, you can go into the design editor, choose your size. Our minimum print width is 8.27 inches. That's the smallest you can print. And then you can print as long as 3 yards. So I'm going to go ahead and choose A4, which is 8.27 inches. And now with the design editor, I can have a lot of fun creating different collages of my own images and different graphics that are available in the app. So I can choose background color. Then I can go ahead and add from my camera roll. I can pinch to zoom. I can add text. Drops right in there. I can make it larger. I can change the font. I can change the color. See how easy it is and really fun. You can sit here for hours and edit, put together all your own designs. And then of course you can add printing data, which is included in the app, and there's lots of different graphic designs that you can use here to enhance your projects. Now the geometric patterns feature is really fun. What this does is it takes a portion of an image or a pattern that you choose, and it kind of puts it in this kaleidoscope effect to create a whole new effect for the fabric. So this is one of those built-in designs. The ArtSphere app, which I've been showing you guys, has lots of beautiful built-in printing designs, fabric designs. I call this one Sweet Treats. And what I did was I threw it into the geometric patterns feature on the app. And I can pass this around so you guys can see it up close. I'm giving the camera up close view. All those little donuts and cupcakes are just repeated over and over in here. So you get a completely different fabric that you can use in a project. So using both of those fabrics in a project, they match perfectly, but they look different. You get a different effect. And I love that idea to use in a quilt or any sewing project that you're doing. Now, if you use it with your own image, it's even more fun. So I chose my image. It's the same one I have on my pillow here. And then I'm going to choose my piece. And I'm going to find a piece with this little boy's face in it. And I'm going to create my very own fabric from my image. It's cute, right? Now I can print that out and I would be able to use that with my pillow right here or in another project. And again, you get that same effect with that image. They match. They're two different fabrics. A lot of fun to use. It washed. The question was, how well does it wash? It washes beautifully. Once you let it dry for 15 minutes, those colors set in really well. That's because of the way that the fabric was treated to absorb those inks. And as far as we know from our own tests, the tests have gone really well, washing and wearing, and the colors have held up beautifully. I made this sample as well. This was an image. Thank you. This was an image that I actually illustrated myself on my iPad, printed it on fabric, and sewed together a little pencil cup. So if you have an artist in your family, it's really nice to be able to print that out and make them something they could use from their art. Do I have any other questions so far? I love questions. Yes. Yes, the question was, do you have to use this fabric that was made specifically for the machine? And yes, I advise that you use this fabric only. This was, again, specially treated to absorb those inks. So it's going to work the best with this printer. And these rolls usually run around $100. The show special for this machine, they're actually including a roll with your purchase to get you started. And you get 25% off any additional purchases that you might make. So if you wanted to get a couple of rolls at 25% off, that's a great deal. All right, and there's 5 yards on a roll. And as far as the inks go, again, they're standard inkjet inks. They run about $30 a cartridge, and a standard set of inks will print 35 yards of fabric. So those inks go a long way. They're well worth it. All right? Any other questions so far? Okay. All right, so let's print something out, shall we? I'm going to go into my saved projects. I created a design in here just a few minutes ago. Now, these are all some of the included logos that come in the app. And I'd like to print this out and cut them out and make some nice little patches for a jacket. So I'm going to hit done. Select my printer. It's showing me the length at the bottom there. It says 8.27 inches. And then I have 2 options as far as the print quality goes. So you can do fine and eco. And I have a beautiful visual here of the difference between the 2. This is the same pattern printed in fine and eco. And I see a couple of you squinting because you really can't tell the difference. And that's why we printed this out to show you guys that whether you choose fine or eco, you really can't tell the difference between the 2. You get vibrant colors. Eco mode will save you a little bit of ink. So I always print on eco mode. Thank you. So I am in eco mode. As I said, I like to save a little bit of ink. Who doesn't? I'm going to print. Now, Art Spirit is giving me a little notification to let me know how much length I need on my roll. So I can do a quick check and say, I think I have 8.27 inches. I should be good, right? I have a pretty full roll in it. So I'm sending it over to print now. Transmission is complete. My tray wasn't in perfectly, so thank you. I just set the tray in. And now it is printing. It is very, very quiet as it prints. And it also has a built-in trimmer in the back. So as it prints, it's going to trim exactly at the edge of my project. I'm going to be able to pull it out and it's cut clean for me. And the rest of the roll remains in there, ready to print your next project. Any other questions? I know we had a few of you join a little bit late. Yes. Can you import other artwork other than from Art Spirit? Absolutely. That's why I brought up this project here, because this is my own artwork that I created. And I actually printed this from my laptop. I didn't even use my phone or my tablet. So because it's an inkjetting printer, it also prints on paper. So this can fully replace your printer at home, and you'll get a color printer that not only prints on paper and photo paper, envelopes, but on your fabric roll as well. Pretty sweet, right? All right, so we finished printing, and it trimmed it for us. There's my print. Now I can cut these out after it dries for 15 minutes. Those colors are locked in. I can cut them out, sew them onto a nice little jacket, and I'll have a cute patch jacket all ready to go. So next show you see me at, I'm going to have that jacket with me. All right, what other questions do we have? What's that? How much? The show price is $949.99. The regular MSRP is $1,500. So that's a great deal. And you get a fabric roll included, 5 yards of fabric. You also get free shipping, free classes at any AllBrands store. full warranty, and 25% off any additional accessories you want to buy. And the only accessories you need for this are ink and fabric. So if you want to stock up on those when you purchase your machine, you can do that. Yes. This one is still a little bit wet, so just be gentle with it. You have to let it dry for 15 minutes. They'll be able to answer those questions for you. Yeah. I don't know the specifics. It's a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun creating with it. Making all my different fabrics. The Art Spirit app is really easy to use. There's lots of included projects in the app to give you lots of ideas of what you can make. It's just a backing for when you print the machine. So it peels right off and it's garbage. Yeah. Any other questions? Are we inspired? Thank you, ladies. Thanks, John.
This one they upgraded to another number. So before this was a 1055.
Good. ABC. Oh, Animal. Hello, everyone. How are you feeling today? Let's change my angle. Good. I see a couple of you all back from my earlier show. I am super excited. Who owns this machine already? This is our PR1055X. All right. Do you love it? Good, good, good. So earlier I did a demonstration on a couple of our accessories in my design center. This time I want to take a look at our line art in my design center. So I drew this, okay? Beautiful. I stitch better than I draw. But we have a little help here. And what we can use this for, let's say a child does a nice artwork at school and you want to turn it into some stitches and you want to quilt it into a design or something, or whatever you want to do with it. You have plenty of options. So I'm going to show you, and let me show you how it's stitched out. Probably, maybe I shouldn't show you and we just stitch it out. So it came out really nicely. We did this really fast. So we're going to do another one right now. We'll start off in my design center and we're going to use the scanning mat. And what I did not mention is that I have there's a little black piece that goes right on your free arm, and it has to be on there in order for your machine to scan it. So I think I went a little fast back there. I'm going to go to line design. And if it's not in there, it'll stop and give you an opportunity to put it in. So I'm going to go to line design and then scan. It's going to tell me the frame will move to be scanned with the built-in camera. I'm going to touch OK. So it just takes a moment to recognize what it's doing. It's checking the light in the room with the black and the white strip over there, and then it's going to adjust it accordingly once we do our design, once it comes up on the screen. And I like to do this with my table on there because it just gives it a little more support. So it takes it segment by segment scanning so that it gets every portion of the design in there. I moved it down a little bit on my frame because I didn't need all that. I left some space here on the bottom. So once it comes up, we want to make sure we get rid of all of just the unnecessary lines, because if not, the machine is going to recognize that and it's going to digitize it and turn it into stitches. And we don't want to do that, not if it's not a part of the picture. I'm going to take this little arrow and I'm going to just squeeze in, crop it a little bit. And then I can adjust my grayscale just to see what's in front of it and what's behind it. If I need it to be a little lighter in the area, I'm going to leave that at the regular area. So next we want to characterize our stitches. So I'm going to touch the stitch and I just want a single line stitch. This determines our line property. I can do a satin stitch. I can do a couple little stars, little decorative stitches around it, but I just want to do a line stitch. I'm going to touch OK. Touch OK again, and it's going to show me what is going to come up. Now, sometimes you have to make a couple of adjustments, and if that is the case, I can zoom in, and then there's a box up top here, and you can just move that box around. So, for example, those little free bodies there, those will be stitches if I don't fix it. So I'm going to use my eraser and simply erase it. If you have your stylus, that works awesome. All right, and if I need to move over some, that little piece that's not a part of my grass that I drew, so I'm going to take that piece off also. Just keep moving on along. Same thing here. I don't need that. I'm just going to spend a little time going around the whole perimeter of the picture, zooming in. Now, it did not put my doorknob there. I could add that back in, but I'm okay. This is just for the sake of the demonstration. I'm okay with my doorknob being there. So touch OK. Let's zoom out. Now, if this had a design behind it and you wanted to actually see more of it, you can use this little leaf. It's going to make your design behind it darker so that you can see what's behind the picture. And then the lighter that you make it, it's going to only expose your stitch out. So I am happy with that. I'm going to touch next. And then set. So now this gets us back to our stitch screen. We definitely need to move this off of here because we're not going to stitch on our mat. We're going to stitch on our hoop. It's just a matter of taking your screws out, moving this over, taking off this little black plate. That's the plate that I was telling you all about. It gets stored right here, so you should never misplace it because it goes right back on your mat. There are also some magnets that go on here to hold it in place. I didn't have the magnets, but it wasn't very windy in here, so it didn't get away from me. And we simply replace it with our A-arm, which did not make it. Oh, here we go. And as you all know, A-arm is going to be the one that you're going to stitch on your hoops that come with your machine. Quickly place that on there. Add our screws. Get those finger tight. Put our hoop on and we are ready to go. There we go. All right. So we're going to go to edit in because this is our entire picture. And embroidery, I'm going to choose, so this is red, so let's choose our white thread. I'm going to use my wand because I want to change the color. Let's change it to number 2. Touch OK. And then lock. Green means go. Does anyone have any questions? So this is going to be a really quick stitch out of 6 minutes. So in 6 minutes from the stitch out, you are turning your child's artwork into embroidery. You can put it in any quilt. You can put it on your shirt and walk around the quilt festival and, oh, your shirt's so beautiful. Oh, my granddaughter made it. You know, beautiful things like that. While that is, oh, go for it. It does. This works well with Art Spirit. You can use your app. You can use the app to also allow them to draw in it. What I would do is use a tablet if you're going to draw because it gives you a bigger screen. Draw right there on the screen with your stylus. Send it over here wirelessly and then stitch that out also. The what? No, the app won't stop because you're sending it over and it's going to the My Stitch app will tell you. So if you have that in there, you can watch it stitch out as it goes. Is that for? Yes, that is a free app. Yes, you can scan. Yes, and if you have a picture, if you have a name, a signature, anything like that, you can turn it into stitches right here with that. And you can change the stitch types. I just chose line stitch just for the sake of going fast. We have what, a 6-minute stitch out. Also, I want to show you a couple of different accessories that we have with it. Let's go first with the sleeve hoop. This is one of my favorites, and I'll tell you why. So I have it on here, but to give you the visualization of how it will be on the machine, just like that. Just like that. And then you are able to open up the pant leg right here, and then that slides over the free arm. Mm-hmm. And we are almost done with this. And once it calculates it, it kind of just does it on its own to know what makes more sense to stitch in what order. You don't have to reorder any threads. You can choose how many thread colors it's going to use. I always bring, if I'm doing line art, I always bring mine down to about, I think the default is two thread colors. But obviously I don't need to change anything, so it defaults it to just one color. That is extra, and I'm pretty sure I'll have enough time that once this is done, I'll take this off and put that on and show you how it works. It's good to tell you about it, but it's even better to see it. And I have this running at 1,000 stitches per minute right now, and as you can see, it's going in no time. We're having no trouble with the speed of it. All of my stitches are coming out evenly. I'm pretty proud of my artwork. Do you all have any other questions while we wait? We're almost done. Do you have this machine? Oh. So what is, this is the 1055X. Yes. Yes. I'm excited. Are you going to name it? What are you going to name it? Walt. That is cute. Well, I'm excited for you.
I wanted to go to a boat meeting.
Well, I don't have access to it. I was thinking maybe We could always get you and ship you right too.
So let me tell you a fun workaround. Let me tell you a fun thing with this machine. Although it doesn't have the Disney designs, you can still do like what I did at a show one year. I had a quilt and it had the big Disney. I went in with my design center and I quilted around the ears, and then I did fill stitches to fill it in. So I was able to create a Disney quilt using my design center on here. So there are multiple ways to have fun with this machine. All right, what else do we have to stitch on here? Oh, we have one more flower for the ground. So while we wait, I think there's a couple people walking up. Let me show you what is stitching out right now. So I'm stitching another one of these. I drew the picture. I drew this picture. Okay, it's going to be worth money one day. I'll sign it if you need to. And then I used my design center on my 1055X to do the stitch out. So now I'll have two actually. I'll probably have a couple more before the weekend is over with. See what? A front and back. Very good. All right, so we are done stitching. You see how fast that was? So how fast can you turn your kids' artwork into wearable art? Okay. All right, so let's talk about some more accessories here. We'll go with a sleeve. So it's just as simple as changing out your accessories. Take your A-arm off because this one that I'm about to show you, it does not need to use one of the arms. It has its own that it uses. It comes in a 5x7 and a 4x4. It uses an F clamp. I'm going to put this on first. Minutes. All right, and then I simply I'm going to go home first because I want to give myself room to put it on. And I'm just getting a message, but it's okay. I changed it a little faster. I know, that's why I want to go home. All right, so if you all get that message, it's just what I would suggest, go home. Use your home button first before you change to a new one because this machine is smart. It's telling me you are trying to stitch something that's not allowed on this size. So I'm going to put my A-arm on back real quick. All right, and then I cancel it. All right, now let's try that again. Almost there. All right, so this clips on very easily. I have my shirt in it already, but I will take it out to show you. Okay. So it all snaps on. And there's one more part of it that makes it even more efficient. You can combine accessories. So let's add this one. This is going to give us a table. And it's going to give us the ability to hold that sleeve out there while we are stitching, and it keeps it out of the way. Slides on just like that. Now we take our sleeve. Let's go in through the neck. And the beauty of this one, look at how much room you have. I can go pretty far up on that sleeve and still have plenty of room to stitch and to move around on my arm. They are extra. It's an accessory. I did not put stabilizer on here. I suggest you use stabilizer every time. Your stabilizer just slides right in between there. And then you're ready to stitch out either here. You can do the same thing with your B arm.
So you don't put the stabilizer, you don't attach it to the back of the fabric, you put it underneath.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So with this, and then I'll make it make sense using this. But let's say with your stabilizer, to answer that question, everything just slides right on in.
Do you need the assistant to hold?
Always. So see there, when I'm at home and I'm doing something like a towel, I literally just kind of sandwich it together, lift up with one finger, slide it on in, and then put my magnets right back on. Let me find that out for you. Give me one moment. I don't have a price list on me, but I can get you the price of the frames and the kit. So when you purchase it, you want to get the kit for the first purchase, because the 5x7 also fits on the same exact F clamp. Okay. Right now I have 4x4. Let's see. I'll take this off, and since we have a little extra time, I'll show you how easy the sleeve hoop works. So it's called a sleeve hoop, but it works well with pants also. And it works well with, one time I found that I needed to do a preemie onesie. And you know, they're very thin as far as the onesie on the body part of it. And it fit perfectly in there with that. So it's actually easier if I take this off. Add my hoop on. And I always have a little cheat for adding that on. I put it back in and I slide it. Screw in one side. It'd be nice if I put it in the right place. All right, and this is just as simple as opening up at the waist, sliding it on there. Just like with the A-arm, you can adjust the width of it. Line it up, slide it right on back. Get a little high on there. And then I will reach in here and pull out that extension cable, and it just kind of keeps everything out of the way. So if, like, let's say you're doing the jacket or the other kind of sleeve, the sweatshirt that I just had, and you want to keep everything from hanging down, or you just don't want the weight of it. Because sometimes you're doing a heavy denim jacket and you just don't want the weight of it going down. That's going to hold it for you. Any questions on this? Yep. So exactly, we're talking accessories now. So all of these are add-ons. The 5x7, when you buy the kit, it comes with this part. So the kit is like the starter part for it. You need the kit to have this one. Once you have this one, then you can use the 5x7 and 4x4 interchangeably. Any questions? I think we are at time. All right. Did I give you homework? I usually give everybody that has a machine at home, I usually give them homework. So you have a machine. What did I review today that you've never done? You have not done the line design? The accessories? Do you have any of them? Well, I can't give you homework if you don't have them.
Do y'all have a brochure on that lists like all the different accessories and stuff like that?
It is on the Brother website, and you can speak to anyone around here. We can kind of go over it and also show you over there where we have them set up. And there are prices on all of them. Once I'm done, I can walk over there with you and discuss it more. If you like.
Yes. All right, ladies, you all enjoy. Have a good evening.